Well, Nile Show, a good morning to you. Here is the hour we have been waiting on. It is 8 o'clock on a Saturday morning. And like I said, we're going to be showing a pair of breeds here this morning. On my right, we're going to be looking at the Hereford Show. And we do welcome our National Hereford Show to the Nile for 2025. Indeed, we are flattered that you have chosen the Nile to come to celebrate your remarkable breed. And on the left side, we are going to be showing the Red Angus. So, kind of be getting ready to roll in that. I mentioned the first couple of classes we'll be looking at, but before we kick our day off, if you would please, let's do it the right way and join me. We'll go to the Lord and ask a blessing. Gracious Heavenly Father, Lord, we come to you on a beautiful morning that you've blessed us with, and Lord, we thank you for this day. We thank you, Lord, for the opportunity to be here to showcase the cattle that you have put under our responsibility. Lord, you've said in your word that yours are the cattle on 1,000 hills, and yet you give us the opportunity, indeed the privilege, to care for these cattle, Lord, and we pray that we would do that in a way that honors you and in a way that brings glory to your name. We pray for our nation today, too, Lord, for our United States of America. We ask, Lord, for unity once again in our land. We thank you for some signs of revival that we are seeing in our nation, and we just pray, Lord, that the men and women that are in positions of power in this country would lead us in a direction that would cause us to be a nation that is once again united under God. And as citizens, Lord, we ask for understanding hearts. We ask for supple hearts. We ask for love that can be shown to one another. Most of all, Lord, we want to thank you for the gift of your Son, Jesus Christ. It's in his name that we pray. Amen. We do not have music this morning, and so if you would please join me, I will lead us in reciting our Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And may God continue to bless our United States of America. With that, we are going to get the show underway. Like I said, on my left, we've got our Reds, and on the right, we've got our Hereford Show. We are bringing in a class number 1, 2025 Nile Regional Junior Red Angus Female Show. We've got a couple entries here in class number 1, tag number 434. These are May heifer calves, by the way, tag 434. From Baylor Marie Hurlbut of Raymond, South Dakota, and from Caden Sullivan of Stevensville, Montana, tag 469. On the Hereford Show, on my right, we'll welcome in spring heifer calves, March through June babies right here. Look at a tag number 632 from Emily Wheatcroft of Worland, Wyoming. And Harrison Mernon of Musselshell, Montana brings us in at tag number 652.
Really nice way to start off our morning here with these May heifer calves. The two exhibitors have got, we've got a really high quality one that the young lady brings to us to start off with this morning. Just super elegant, extended and ladylike again for the front 1/3. I love how bold in the turn to her rib cage, how clean she is in terms of her underline. She's squarer and fuller, stouter in terms of her upper hip than the female that's into. Just a really high quality, better balanced individual to start with. High quality feminine heifer calf the gentleman's got here in second. Just a nickel planer, no shape and design of her neck, and to me just a little frailer in her bone work as she goes down to the ground, but an outstanding pair of these two heifers to start our day. Congratulations.
Top 2 in the class right there in our Red Show. Congratulations, finishing in reserve. Caden Sullivan of Stevensville, Montana with tag number 469, and the class champ Baylor Marie Hurlbut of Raymond, South Dakota with tag 434. We will welcome in our second class. Welcome in our second class on the Red Angus side here. 414 From Cohen Cahoon of Charlotte, Montana, 435 from Sawyer James of Raymond, South Dakota, and 407 from Neil Bronner of Valentine, Nebraska.
Well, good morning. Certainly an honor and a privilege to be here again this morning. And first of all, I know we're kind of have some special events going on here. I'd like to just welcome all the international guests here to beautiful Billings, Montana. Truly an outstanding way to start your show off here. Looking forward to the Hereford Heifer show here. But a pair of nice young-born, Mayborn heifers here. And the young man's I'm going to go ahead and start off with. Man, she is just beautiful there in terms of her presentation. On the side. Love her body and her rib shape and just the maternal sweep that she has to her center portion of her body. Uses her hip and hind leg extremely well when you ask the cattle to get out and go. I think a very nice, logical place to start. Young lady, I think this heifer here in 2 is very nice. I like the shape to her head, the shape to her neck, and yet she's a female. It's very good at the surface in terms of her foot size and bone and heaviness of structure. She's maybe not as opened up and wide in terms of her skeletal width all the way through. Like to see her just be a shot stouter there out through her hooks to her pins, but a very nice pair of Hereford females. Congratulations.
Nice start to our Hereford show right there on my right. Finishing in reserve, Emily Wheatcroft of Warden, Wyoming with tag number 632. And Harrison Mernon of Musselshell, Montana finishes on top with the tag number 614. And we will welcome in now on our Hereford side, tag number 631. This is Emily Wheatcroft of Warden, Wyoming. Also, tag number 652, Hennessy Mernon of Musselshell, Montana. And tag number 648, shown by Kingston Egbert of Fairfield, Montana. On the Hereford show, class number 3, junior heifer calves. January and February calves are on deck. Those will be 612, 619, 645, 625, and 656.
Very good set of these heifers coming out of these April set of this calves. 2 really, really high quality entries, and they go back and forth in terms of their advantages. But I just simply like the structural integrity of the dark red heifer here the young lady's got. I think she gets out of her shoulder, goes farther out of her reach, out of her front end, and a little more correct in the angle out of her shoulder. Just beautiful in terms of her added femininity or capacity. Really neat and square from hooks to pins. Both these heifers got a little more set to their hind leg, but I think the dark red heifer, it allows her to get out and reach and fill her tracks. The young man's heifer is just stunning here from the profile, just massive in terms of her rib shape, extremely powerful in terms of her design and her muscle structure there. She comes to me a nickel planer through her front 1/3. Where I want to get picky on her is just the way she picks up and pulls out of her knee and her shoulder right there. A little bit awkward. A female that I think wants to get out of herself just a nickel, but that's being awful nitpicky of a super high quality individual. Gentleman's heifer that's going to be in 3rd is super practical and functional and an easy doing kind of a female. Again, we put a halter on her and put her in this particular environment, just not nearly neat enough through her front 1/3 or off of her hind leg. Outstanding class of Red Angus females.
Your top 2 there in those April heifer calves in the Red Angus side. Tag number 414 from Cohen Cahoon of Charlotte, Montana, and the class champion Sawyer James of Raymond, South Dakota, showing tag number 435. That'll bring us to class number 3 on our Red Angus show. We welcome in from Lebanon, Oregon, Cambry Murray with tag 455. Also from Lebanon, Oregon, Cambry Murray brings us 457. And Madison Brist of Keela, Montana, bringing us tag number 409. On the Red Angus side, we will go to division following this class. So we would, if you are in contention for selection at division, please be ready to come back in. And following division, it'll be class 4 February heifer calves, 425, 466, 420, 433, 447, and 441.
A very good class on the Hereford side here, a trio of nice females, and I like the young ladies up front to go ahead and start. Man, she's just so overwhelming there in terms of her mass and her volume and just her sheer stoutness and power out here, and couples that with the fact that she is the most attractive there from the profile, the best in terms of her balance and her structural integrity when you ask the cattle to get out and go. Very nice, logical place to start. Young lady, you got a beautiful looking female here coming in too. I love just her look and presence and her freshness and her feminine quality that she offers there up front, I think is extremely good. Maybe a female at times that isn't quite as good out of her hip and her pins as you ask the cattle to get out and go. I'd like to see her be a shot true and square and a set to her hock when we ask the cattle to get out in motion. A real stout powerhouse kind of a female here comes in third, and I like her width and spread on the top side of her skeleton. It matches the female in terms of her foot size and bone and density in terms of her structure. She gets a little coarser for me about her shoulder. Maybe like to see her just be a shot more practical in terms of her rib shape. A trio of very nice females there. Congratulations.
Top two in an awfully nice class right there. Tag number 631 from Emily Wheatcroft of Warren, Wyoming, finishing in reserve. And your class champion, Hennessy Mernon of Musselshell, Montana, with tag number 652. That is going to bring us to class number 3 in our Hereford show. We are going to welcome into the show ring tag number 612 from Danny Haas of Park City, Montana. Also, Immigrant Montana's Megan Otis with 619. Jesse DeBay of Belgrade, Montana, bringing in tag 645. Cruz Collier of Bozeman, Montana, 625. And Kyla Mather of Wilsaw, Montana, showing tag number 656. We'll go to division following this class on the Hereford side.
Another really high-quality entry to be our class winner on this side. I think this female just strikes me as long and extended. Love that added femininity and that upheadedness through her front 1/3 comes in high to the top of her shoulder. From there, she's more relaxed in her top line. She's extremely bold in terms of her rib shape and design. Love her squareness from hooks to pins. I think a pretty dominant class winner. The heifer that's in 2, the young lady's got no doubt a heavier and performance standpoint. Probably has a little advantage from a weight per day of age. She's the longest spined heifer in this class. Today, she's not as dimensional in her shape. I'd like to see her have more turn to her rib, a little more dimension from stifle to stifle. But she just has an incredible look and really sound and extremely parallel in her lines on her top side and bottom side of her body. Young man's got a heifer that's extremely highly presented. He's got her dialed in terms of her fit job, a female that's attractive, a female that we get in here compared to her contemporaries just falls a little bit short of her performance weight per day of age, where I'd like to reconstruct her to be off of her hind legs. She wants to get that up underneath herself, and yet at times want to be a little bit tight and upright in her pastern as she goes as well. Sure, some of that'll help as she develops and matures in terms of enjoying her trip through the ring a little bit more, but an outstanding trio. Congratulations.
Top 2 in the class right there on our Red Angus side. Madison Brist of Keela, Montana, showing tag number 409, finishes in reserve. And Camry Murray of Lebanon, Oregon, your class champion right there with tag number 455. And we will welcome back in on our Red Angus side all those in contention for selection of Spring Calf Champion and Reserve Spring Calf Champion.
So we get our Red Angus first division, get you a first champion over on this side. 3 outstanding, and actually 6 really high quality females as the kids bring their second place heifers in. The young lady out of that first class with that May baby, a really long and extended through her front 1/3. I love the turn and shape to her rib shape design. Female that young, got a good top shape in her right there. Female maybe not quite as nearly level as a couple of the others, but female that's got some awful intriguing pieces. The heifer that come out of that second class, I think just exemplifies of brood cow character. Beautiful about her head and the shape and design of her neck. So fresh in her condition, but yet got some dimension to her from a performance standpoint. Massive in terms of her center body width. Really level from hooks to pins. A really high quality entry. The young ladies heifer come out of this third class. We talked about her length and extension from her shoulders forward. Maybe not hooked up quite as correct right in behind her blade as some of the others out here, but really now that she's kind of settling in, a female that's really long and level from hooks to pins. Again, congratulate these exhibitors. I've got a pair of champions that I think fit together very, very well. Congratulations to everyone.
I think a very good class of Hereford heifers here from top to bottom, and I think this trio is awfully good, and there's pros and cons to each of them out here. The young lady that's going to go ahead and start, man, she just demands your attention in terms of her mass and her body and her volume. She is without question the stoutest and the widest all the way through. I love her body and her rib shape, and I think for an animal that has that much kind of volume and mass and just doability about her, she is still attractive and good-headed and good-necked. I think she reaches extremely well out of her front end skeleton when you ask the cattle to get out and go. I think her class advantage is there. Probably where I need to change that one there for me is right out of her hock. She maybe doesn't as attractive in the set to her hock when you ask the cattle to get out and go. But when the cattle are propped up, I think she's extremely good. The heifer there in second, I think, is a very attractive, good-looking female there that goes out the gate. She's long-bodied and extended, and I like her balance in front to rear. She wants to close up and taper more in terms of her base width all the way through. The heifer there in third, I love just her balance and her look and her quality there from the side. I think she's a beautiful profiling female there. I think she's a little more moderate there in terms of her type and kind. Reads a little quicker there in terms of her maturity pattern. Wants to roll ever so slightly on her outside wheels when he asks the cattle to get out and go. Really long-bodied, extended female here comes next, and I like her length and extension up front. I think this female's beautiful down her top line and out through her hip. Maybe at times this female wants to get a little bit more upright for me at both ends of her skeleton in terms of her structure, but I love her look and balance when we ask the cattle to be parked and at the stand. A very moderate female here comes next. It's great in terms of her body and her rib shape. I like her balance there from the side as well. She gets a little coarser there for me about her head and the shape to her neck. Maybe like to intensify this one in terms of her bone structure underneath to get her up any higher in this class. Congratulations. Really nice trio of females there in the top end.
Top 2 in the class right there on our Hereford side, our junior heifer calves. Congratulations going to Cruz Collier of Bozeman, Montana. Finishing in second in the class with tag 625, and Chesney DeBay of Belgrade, Montana with class tag 645, going to be your class champion, and we will welcome in all those in contention for selection of champion junior heifer calf or reserve on our Hereford show. On the Reds show right here, we are looking at our February heifer calves, tag number 425 from Eric Fettis of DKF Angus, Gladmar, Saskatchewan. Also tag 466, Caden Sutherland of Stevensville, Montana. Tag 420, Maxim Cox of Walla Walla, Washington. Number 433, Jana Herbst of Manhattan, Montana. 447, Emily Moak of Hysham, Montana with tag 447, and 441, Tyler T.J. Brown of Powell, Wyoming. Rounding out the class. Class number 5, you're on deck, January heifer calves. You're on deck.
Really nice class of these, I believe, February heifer calves that the exhibitors have brought to us, and I think we have an awful complete individual to start with here, the young man's heifer. I think just beautiful in terms of her presence and her balance and her look. She's so correct in her lines. She's one of the fresher, greener conditioned heifers in the class as well. Might maybe give her a little bit of a disadvantage from a weight per day of age standpoint, but I think just in terms of balance and pattern. And then we ask these cattle to go. Here's the heifer that to me has the clear class winning advantage from a a structural integrity standpoint. She's farther reaching out of her front end and shoulder, just beautiful in terms of her presence. But where I appreciate her the most would be the way she handles her hip and off of her hind leg. Great place to start. Again, the heifer that's in 2, there's more of her. She's more massive in her center body. She's probably stouter featured in terms of her muscularity. She's heavier from a performance advantage. Today, maybe just doesn't want to piece up quite as easy. She's a little bit weaker, a little more broken right in behind her shoulder. Where I get the most critical on her is just the way she wants to set and plan off of her hind leg. Just gets a little bit up underneath herself. I love the foundation brood cow look that the gentleman's heifer that's got here in 3rd. I think an easy keeping, low maintenance kind of a female. Beautiful in terms of her rib shape and design, really maternal. We get her out here in comparison with these other 2 when you get a halter on them. She's a little plainer and thicker through the base of her neck and her chest. Female just doesn't give you that added look and presence and excitement about her front end balance. The gentleman's heifer coming in next here, the guy in the black cowboy hat right here, a big, long, extended individual. She's probably the largest scaled heifer in this particular class. With that, I'd like to open her up in terms of her heart and her forerib. Go ahead, young man. Maybe neaten her up from hooks to pins and give her a little more authority off of her hind leg. We've got a really moderate, easy keeping, kind of a low maintenance kind of a female the young lady's got here. Again, to run with those at the front end of this class today, we just need to see that one a little stouter featured and heavier in terms of her construction. The heifer that we're going to conclude with is really long and extended, super up-headed. I see her to be the hardest in terms of her rib cage. That combined with the fact she's probably the most upright off either end of her skeleton keeps her at this end of the class. Congratulations to our junior exhibitors.
A very good first division over here on the Hereford side. Lots of quality here within our class winners and respective second places. Not going to go back through and break down the cattle. I think there's a pair of them. They maybe differ from one another significantly, but they're both extremely high quality cattle that need to stay together and elevate themselves to the top within this division. Like the 2 oldest heifers in this last class here to be champion reserve this division. Congratulations.
Congratulations to our champion junior heifer calf, shown by Chesney Dubé of Belgrade, Montana. Takes 645, and reserve goes to Cruz Collier of Bozeman, Montana. Tag number 625. And on the Hereford side, we're going to welcome in our senior heifer calves, looking at some August through Octobers here. Class 5, Timber Billman, bringing in tag number 604. Also, 634 from Chloe Collins of Buffalo, Wyoming. And Kit Collins of Buffalo, Wyoming, bringing in tag number 633 to our Hereford show. On the Red Angus side, we are looking at some January heifer calves here. 418 from Jenna Cox of Walla Walla, Washington. 422 from Engel Madison of Minotaur, Nebraska. Tag number 426, Eric Fettis of Gladmar, Saskatchewan. Eric also bringing us in tag 427, Kelly Herbst of Manhattan, Montana, bringing in tag number 431. And tag 451 from Alan Murray of Lebanon, Oregon.
Over here on the Hereford side, just a single entry comes in, and just a fall-born, October-born heifer here that, man, I love her, just her top line and her length down out through her hip. She's beautiful in terms of her body and her boldness to her upper rib, and offers that extra stoutness and power all the way through. A female there for me. I wish we could just loosen her up on both ends of her skeleton, offer a shot more reach and just simply comfort when we ask the cattle to get out and go. Nice single entry there. Congratulations.
On the Hereford side, Timber Billman will be your class champion there. She will also be your champion senior heifer calf. Champion senior heifer calf. We'll move on our Hereford show now to class number 7. Going to take a look at early summer yearling females. Coming in the month of May at tag number 601 from Cash Billman of Rigby, Idaho. As well as tag number 605 from Madeline Grace Blankenship of West Burlington, New York.
pair of fall-born heifers here again on the Hereford side. I'm going to leave the cattle the way they came in here, and the young ladies here out in front. Man, she is beautiful from the profile, and love her balance and just her type and kind. And she's maybe not the most attractive in terms of the shape to her head and the shape to her neck, but I think her balance and structural integrity is what allows her to be a solid class winner over here for me, just in terms of offering some extra density in terms of her body shape and muscularity all the way through, and combines it in a nice, well-balanced kind of a package. Young ladies female here coming in two, I think does have a class advantage in terms of offering some feminine quality there up front. In terms of the shape to her head and the shape to her neck, I think a female that's very good there out over her top line as well. I'd like to change this one structurally out of her front end when he asks the cattle to get out and go. I think she's a female there that just gets a little bit more upright in her angles all the way through on both ends of her skeleton. Nice pair of females. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Adeline Grace Blankenship of West Burlington, New York, finishing reserve in the class there. And your class champion showing tag number 605, Cash Billman of Rigby, Idaho.
Over here on your Red Angus side quick, I think you got a really high quality class, and there's good heifers all the way through with lots of breeding flexibility and versatility. I think the heifer that combines the most look and balance, and I think just priorities of building cattle, the young lady's got here. Beautiful about that front 1/3, and so ladylike in her character. Love her in terms of her rib shape and design. And again, we asked the cattle to go. Here's one that can still get out and go and reach and fill her tracks. She's not the neatest at the point of her hock and the way she plants that, but still really sound in terms of the way she fills her tracks. The young lady's heifer here in second, just overwhelming in terms of her center body dimension from her forerib back into her rear rib and flank. Super maternal in the way she's made through her front 1/3. She's just not as stout and ended and as the heifer that's going to wins this class. We'd like to see that one fuller in her pins and maybe wider from stifle to stifle. The young lady's heifer that's coming in next, I think so long and so level in terms of her lines, so big in terms of her rib shape and design. She maybe not quite as strong right in behind her blade as a couple of those other heifers. Maybe wants to get a little tangled up in terms of her movement off of her rear too. The next heifer coming in line would be, I don't know where breed average technically is for your Red Angus in terms of marbling, but we got two of them in here that are be outliers for sure. This heifer's got that combination with that added look and balance. Again, a female that's just beautiful in terms of her rib shape, extremely square from hooks to pins. I'd like to reconstruct her just a nickel up front in the way she's made, tie her neck higher into the top of her shoulder, maybe make her a little sleeker and neater in the way that neck is designed. Big, stout, topped, bold-made heifer the gentleman's got here next. She's extremely long and high-performing. I just got to need to reconstruct that one at the ground to get her up any higher. She's just too upright off either end of her skeleton. Doesn't have near enough reach off of her rear, too. The next heifer coming in down the line is really moderate, really bold in terms of rib. She just gets up underneath herself. She's sound in terms of her longevity, but that hock and the way she handles it and just really wants to get up underneath herself on the go. One of the breed in terms of, I think she's a .83 on marbling here. This heifer that's coming in next, just beautiful in terms of her length and lines and squareness of hip. I just got to see more capacity, more dimension and power in that heifer, maybe even in her lower third or lower half of her skeleton. Need to see her softer in her rib and from that regard. Gentleman that's going to conclude this class, again, she's long and level. We just need to see her more dimensional. Need to see bolder in her rib shape, stouter in terms of her muscle, and sounder in terms of her structure.
So over here on the Hereford side, had a little confusion here within this class. This is supposed to be a class of 3. I broke it up in 2, and we're going to pick a division champion out of here in your fall heifer calf, senior heifer calf division. Like I stated earlier, this was the second class here, and I think all 3 of these females for October-born, fall-born heifers have an immense amount of quality there, just in terms of sheer power and mass and volume and density to them. They're cattle that profile extremely well as well. But I think for me, there's a female that simply just outdoes herself out here in terms of her structural build and skeletal quality. Young lady out of the second class is going to be our division winner. Congratulations. I'm going to keep the pair out of that second class together, be champion reserve. Congratulations to you both.
In our red show over here on my left, in class number 5, our class champion Eric Fettis of Gladmar, Saskatchewan, with tag number 427. And reserve goes to tag number 421, Darren Cox of Walla Walla, Washington. our champion in the senior heifer calves on the Hereford show. Cash Billman of Rigby, Idaho is our champion with tag number 601, Lady Dreamer. And ML Queen Charlotte, shown by Grace Adeline Grace Blankenship, is your reserve.
Over here in selection of our calf champion, I believe, or winner. Junior heifer calf champion. Just 4 really, really high quality females the kids have brought out here to us. The first heifer out of the first class, I think, just a great heifer in terms of her combination of balance and look and productiveness. A female that's so correct in terms of her structural angles and integrity there. Female that gets stout on the corners, but yet can get out and fill her tracks. The heifer that come out of that second class, we admire for her 3-dimensional shape of her rib coming out of her spine, the boldness down her top. Maybe not quite as neat in the way she sets her tail head and her hock, but an outstanding female. For me, the two the best fit together, and just to me handle the standards, the highest quality would be these 2 heifers out of our first class. We're going to keep those 2 heifers together. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Congratulations to our reserve junior and our junior champion right there. Reserve goes to Jana Herbst of Manhattan, Montana with tag 433. And Maxim Cox of Walla Walla, Washington, going to be our junior champion. Congratulations. We'll take a look at a single entry now on our red show. Looking at 2-year-old cow-calf. Madison Briss of Keela, Montana, bringing us tag number 411.
Just a single entry over here on the Hereford side, and a very nice summer-born, May-born heifer here that has a tremendous amount of body and rib and just capacity to her. Looks like a tremendous brood cow in the making, just in terms of her feminine qualities, in terms of the shape to her head and the shape to her neck. I love how she transitions from her shoulder into her body cavity. A very nice single entry here for the young man. Congratulations.
Got a single entry intermediate heifer here. This will be her automatic champion, a May heifer. Just really elegant. I admire her in terms of her upheadedness, that added femininity look, and with that, that allows her to be so sound. She's so long, square, and level. The young lady's done a good job of keeping her fresh. Congratulations on this champion to her.
Outstanding single entry right there in our red show. That is Cambry Murray of Lebanon, Oregon, showing number 459. Congratulations to Cash Billman in the Hereford show over here. Tag number 601, going to be your champion. Champion intermediate yearling female. And we will move now to class number 8, spring yearling female calves over on our Hereford show. Tag number 522, shown by Danny Hess of Stillwater. Number 644, shown by Justine Wilkinson. Number 623, Casey Perman. Number 636, Lexi Wickman. Wyatt Wickman, showing us 642, and Ashton Schmeltzer with 624. And we welcome in class number 10 here. Some April spring yearling heifers on our Red Angus show. Reese Spear of Butte, Montana, bringing us tag 465. And Kate Barney of Klamath Falls, Oregon, bringing tag 403.
Really, really high quality April heifer the gentleman's brought to us here to start off this class in this division. Just beautiful and elegant about that front 1/3. I think very proportional in the way she's made. She's got plenty of rib, plenty of muscularity, and again, just so square and true and attractive in terms of her balance and her corners. The heifer to come out of that, that's going to be second, probably more extended in her kind. She's longer spined individual, can really get out and reach. Again, I want to pull that one apart, maybe put a little more condition on her if I could. good in terms of just her center body dimension and mass. I'd like to see her bolder in her rib and just stouter in terms of her feature as she leaves you. From a muscularity standpoint, she's got plenty of dimension of bone. We just need to see more muscle or just more expansive in that female throughout.
Congratulations on our red side. Class number 10, April Spring Yearling Heifers, finishing in reserve. Reese Spear, Butte, Montana. And Kate Barney, Klamath Falls, Oregon, is our class champion. A correction on the Hereford show here. Tag number 623 being shown by Rep Bloom of Glenham, South Dakota. And we are bringing in class number 11 now for our Red Angus show. Naomi Brist of Gila, Montana, bringing tag 413, 408 from Emma Brist of Gila. And 439, Cage Kennington of Central Point, Oregon. Following this class, they will make selection for Senior Intermediate Champion and Reserve on our Red Angus side.
Very good class of females here on the Hereford side. I think a top quality all the way through. This pair of females on the top end I think is extremely good. We just simply up the ante here in terms of quality and presentation, not only here with the female here coming in first, but man, she's beautiful in terms of her head and shape to her neck, and man, she just draws so big and bold and round there in terms of her body shape. Love her hip and her hind leg when we ask the cattle to get out and go. She maybe at times could just be a little stouter out through her pins, but a female I think that's got a tremendous amount of good, very high quality female to go ahead and start. I like the presence in the female here coming in two. The way her neck sets on the top side of her blade I think is extremely high quality. I love how she transitions down her top line and out through her hip and her rump. I think a female that's very good in terms of her body and her rib shape there as well. She's maybe not as attractive in terms of a set to her hock when you ask the cattle to be parked and at the stand. She needs to get changed in terms of her balance ever so slightly from the side, as she is a little deeper and wastier there through her chest and her brisket. Probably a really nice, fresh, youthful appearing female here comes next, and that's what she gives the class advantage here of the remaining cattle within this class, is just her freshness and shape to her neck. I like her boldness in terms of her body. She gets a little coarser there for me about her shoulder. Maybe like to change this one at the surface in terms of her foot size and hoof quality, just like to kind of shorten her toes ever so slightly if we could. A real stout, powerful one here comes next and has a tremendous amount of width and spread in terms of muscularity and dimension and power all the way through her. That female for me is a little coarse and too deep there up front. I'd like to see her be a shot more ladylike in terms of her shape to her head and her skull and the shape to her neck. A pair of cattle here that are going to close the class off here for us. The young man's coming here is really good down her top line and smooth out through her hip. Need to change this one at the surface in terms of her foot quality and just her size of her hoof and her stature there. Maybe a female I'd like to tone her down in terms of her condition as well. The female here going to close the class off with is probably a denser option in terms of her body and her rib. I just read this one to be too plain in terms of her head and shape to her neck. Gets a little too coarse there for me as well. Nice class, good one on the top end. Congratulations.
Congratulations to your grand champion on our Hereford side there. That was tag 623, shown by Rep Bloom. And our reserve, congratulations, Danny Hess.
Another really high quality Red Angus female to tie into in this class. These heifers are born maybe Marches, I believe. Yes, junior yearlings, and just incredible in terms of her freshness and her presence. She's one of the highest presented females we've seen today in terms of just having her maxed out. And that female is really extended from her shoulders forward, so correct and level in her lines. She gets out and moves with flexibility and authority and attractiveness. Maybe not as expansive in her lower skeletal design as the heifer right behind her, but I think just so much added quality that's so hard to make. The heifer that's in second just screams cow power again. I love her from her shoulders back. She's the deeper, softer, bolder option female that's extremely expansive there in her center portion of her body. She's so square from hooks to pins, and again, I admire her from her flexibility. Today, she's got just a nickel more condition up through that front 1/3 and through the base of her chest than just ideal, but that's a really, really high quality cow. The young lady's heifer that's in 3 is sound enough. She's good enough looking. She just doesn't necessarily fit together from a balance perspective. We like to see her stronger and level her down her top and swerve from hooks to pins. Been an outstanding trio these marches. Congratulations.
Your top 2 in the class in a red show right there. Congratulations to Emma Briss of Keela, Montana. With tag number 408 and 439, Cage Kennington of Central Point, Oregon. And we will welcome in our contenders for Senior Intermediate Champion on our red show. Looking at class number 9 in our Hereford show. Sutter Danicus of Woodland, California, showing tag number 610. Ellie Knudsen of Bridger, Montana, tag 613. Cruz Collier of Bozeman, Montana with 626. And Kaylin Weber of Shoshone, Wyoming, 628.
Really nice division of these March Aprils the kids have brought back out to us, but I think a clear-cut, defined line of quality here that need to not be crossed. Here we're using our 2 class winners. With that, there's differences, and I like to have her out of the first class in terms of her shape. She's just truer and bolder in her rib shape. She's fuller down lower into her heart girth right there. So stout from a muscularity standpoint in terms of the turn to her top, the stifle pop that she has, a female that is awful intriguing. She's probably not as sound as the heifer that come out of the second class in the way she wants to handle her loin and maybe handle her hind leg. The heifer that come out of this second class in terms of just length and phenotype, she cuts you out a silhouette that's really, really hard to replicate. Really neat and attractive through that front 1/3. So good in terms of her lines and score off of her hip. But you get off to a 3/4 of that one. That heifer there might be just a little bit too concave in terms of her design. She's flatter in terms of her forerib and her heart. She doesn't have near as much dimension down low as your viewer from behind. So lots of give and take between the pair. The one that I'm more comfortable using would be this gentleman right here, the first out of our first class. Then we'll go back and use the class winner out of our second for reserve. Congratulations to both of you.
Over here on the Hereford side, a nice trio of females here within this class, and I think both these top pair of females standing still and parked are extremely good and extremely high quality. But with that being said, the class winner simply excels when we ask the cattle to get out in motion. She's the loosest and the best in terms of her skeleton and her build and her flexibility when we ask the cattle to get out and travel. Love her balance and just her look and her type and kind. Looks like a beautiful, beautiful maternal cow there in the making, just in terms of her body and her rib shape and her teat and udder development that she's got going on there as well. Very nice, beautiful made female there. Like to maybe just open her up and stouten her up from behind ever so slightly, but I think a female that's very, very good. Heifer here coming in second does have the class advantage and has the advantages out here in terms of stoutness and power and mass and volume. And when she props up and gives you a nice look from the side, she comes together extremely high quality for as stout and massive as she is. So when we ask the cattle to get out in motion, she wants to get a little bit more outside of herself in terms of her movement, gets a shot more restricted at both ends of her skeleton, but a very nice female that was very highly presented out here. Congratulations to you. A very nice female here is going to go ahead and close the class off with in terms of females that have some extra stoutness and width and power on the top side of their skeleton. She's stout and made out there through her hip as well. I'd like to change this one up front if we could in terms of her angles about her blade and the slope to her shoulder. Clean her up there through her chest ever so slightly and just make her more attractive in terms of her feminine quality up front. Nice trio of females. Congratulations.
On the Hereford side, we've just made selection of our junior reserve yearling female, and that is going to go to tag number 610, Sutter Danicus of Woodland, California. And our champion junior yearling female is Cruz Collier of Bozeman, Montana, tag number 626 on the red side. They selected our senior intermediate champion and reserve. Reserve is going to be Cage Kennington of Central Point, Oregon, with tag 439. And our champion is Cade Barney of Klamath Falls, Oregon, tag number 403. Looking at a single entry here on the Hereford side, just tag number 607 from Madeline Grace Blankenship. And on our Red Angus side, we're looking at class number 12 here. These are junior February yearling heifers. Tag 444, Ayla Martin of Missoula, Montana. 446, Mackenzie Bolesnik of Belgrade, Montana. Tag 430, Jasper Galliard of Stevensville, Montana. Tag 440, Cage Kennington of Central Point, Oregon. Jenna Cox of Walla Walla, Washington, bringing us tag number 419. Tyler T.J. Brown of Powell, Wyoming with 442, and Cambry Murray of Lebanon, Oregon, tag 460.
Just a single entry here on the Hereford side, a big senior yearling female that I think is very intriguing at the surface, man. It's hard to, no matter what breed they are, to have cattle that are that big-footed and stout-featured at the surface to be so correct in terms of their build and their structure and their angles, something that we always strive to generate back at home. But with that being said, I think she's very high quality there from the side, and for senior yearlings to be that kind of freshness in terms of the shape to her neck and how she blends from her shoulder into her body cavity, I think is extremely good. Very nice, high-quality female here. Congratulations.
Madeline Grace Blankenship there in our Hereford show with your champion senior yearling female. Tag number 607. Congratulations, Madeline Grace. And now on the Hereford side, they will make selection of our champion and reserve champion female. All those in contention for selection of champion female and reserve, welcome back to the show ring. We did have a set of keys turned in up here at the announcer stand. Looks like a Dodge, got a leather ear tag on it. Looks to be hand-tooled with a bronc rider on the front. If you need your keys to your Dodge, we got them up here.
Really nice entry to tie into again as a class winner in this particular drive. I think just on the stand, unparalleled and unmatched, and anything they can do in this particular class to get above her. Just incredible freshness, and look up through that front 1/3 just really opens up into plenty of power and dimension. Really big, long, powerfully constructed individual. Love that added dimension to the ground. Now, she doesn't handle her hind leg just perfectly, if I'm going to get nitpicky of a really good one, but that female just, again, there's nothing in this class that can run with her at this time. The female that's in 2, again, so much upheadedness and freshness and female ladylike character. Beautiful in the way her rib shape design goes from her shoulder to her forerib, really deep back into her flank, where I think she has the advantage over the female that's in 3. Not only is she wider constructed, I think she's more appropriate in the way she wants to handle and push off of her hock. The heifer that's in 3, another long spine, more extended individual. She comes to us a nickel planer through her front 1/3, and I don't mind that if we've got more dimension and substance to go with it from there back. But here she gets a little tighter and flatter in her forerib. Where I probably get it the hardest on her is down low here. The way she's a flatter from stifle to stifle, wants to get up underneath herself and a little closed up as she goes away from you. Gentleman's got a really beautiful dark red heifer there that's coming in, I believe, 4th. Again, on the stand, long and extended and square, fresh in terms of her condition. Just gets a little uncoordinated in the way she wants to handle off of her hind leg, a little tighter in the movement. I'd like to freshen her, or to strengthen her up, right in behind her shoulder ever so slightly. We move into 3 females that are more modern in their kind, and I appreciate that about them. From here, it's just structural integrity that it sorts the 3 of them, because I like them in terms of their rib shape, their added femininity. These cattle are getting just a little bit shorter stepping in terms of their stride. The young man's heifer that's going to conclude the class just is the most uncoordinated at the ground in terms of her structure. Congratulations.
Finishing in reserve in class number 12 on our Red Angus side, we're looking at Cambry Murray of Lebanon, Oregon with tag number 460. Cage Kennington of Central Point, Oregon will be your class champion with tag number 440. That'll bring us to a single entry in class number 13. Ella Murray of Lebanon, Oregon brings us tag number 451. MHC Drama Queen. Following this on our red side, they will make selection of our junior and reserve junior champion.
If you would, you folks ringside, let's give these junior exhibitors a nice round of applause. Outstanding junior Hereford heifer show here from top to bottom, and I'm really pleased with the quality of cattle from top to bottom, from all the way through, and a lot of depth and quality through all these cattle here in every respective class and division out here. And I'll just break them down to you. I think there's kind of I think it gets a little closer for me for reserve out here within this lineup, but I do think there's a female that has a tremendous amount of quality and has the extra intangibles that I like to look and select for when we're selecting livestock that I think allows her to win the show rather handily. But I'll break them down and kind of tell you what I'm seeing within all these respective division winners out here. And this young calf out here out front, I think she, like I said, in class and division, she was just so overwhelming in terms of that mass and body and just her added a volume and just product that she offers, I think is extremely high quality. And yet to tie it together in a very nice, attractive made kind of a look, the way her neck sets on the top side of her shoulder, I think she's very intriguing in terms of her foot size and bone, heaviness of structure. I love that look when that young lady gets her parked and propped up and standing there. I think she's extremely high quality. If I'm going to be extra critical of this one, is she just perfect on how she uses her hock when we ask the cattle to get out and go? Probably not, but it's still sound and functional, and I think she's going to be a great prospect there for the young lady. Don't give up on her. I think she's got a really bright future. A really nice fall-born heifer here that I just said within that class. I love her boldness in terms of her body and her stoutness out through her hip, and I think she ties it together in a nice balance kind of a package out here. Relative to the cattle on either side of her, she just is as attractive in terms of her head and the shape to her neck. No, but she's just so overwhelming in terms of stoutness and power and mass. Really got to appreciate about that female. The summer-born heifer here next out of that next division, I do like just her body and her rib shape. She is so feminine and maternal there in terms of her shape to her head. I love her feminine quality there up front. She transitions probably as good as anything from her shoulder into her forerib and her center rib and body. We get her back out here. We maybe like to intensify this one at the surface in terms of her foot size and bone, heaviness of structure. Maybe a female I'd like to just see her be a shot more comfortable in the set to her knee when you ask the cattle to get out and go. We get to our next junior yearling division here, and a female that I just love her, just her freshness and her practicality and just her unique quality look here from the side. She is very good there, and I like cattle that have a little extra size. I like cattle that have a little extra length of body. That doesn't scare me one bit. She's going to be a beautiful, stout brood cow in the making here. But with that being said, she's a show heifer out here. She's very feminine in terms of her head and the shape to her neck. I love just her length down her top line, the length out through her hip, how attractive she sets there out through her hip and rear leg there as well. Maybe at times, she's maybe not as soft and comfortable maybe in her hock when we ask the cattle to get out and go. Standing there, I think she's very beautiful there in how she handles her hip and rear leg. Beautiful in how her angles about her shoulder and her structural integrity up front. I just like to change her hock ever so slightly when we ask the cattle to get out and go. But I love this view from her from the profile. Story holds true here within this next older junior yearling division here. This is a female that's very intriguing at the surface in terms of her foot size and bone, heaviness of structure, very extremely well balanced. You start that one at the top side of her poll, and how her neck sets on the top side of her blade I think is extremely high quality. I love how she just transitions from her shoulder into her body cavity there. Very good down her top line as well. For me as times, relative to her age and her maturity out here, I'd like to just open this one up in terms of her skeletal width all the way through. She probably flattens and tapers the most of any of them out through the base of her quarter as well. And when we do ask the cattle to get out and go, she is maybe at times a shot bit more upright in the set to her hock, and she wants to just duck in her pins ever so slightly. I know I'm being very critical of a high quality female here, but I'm trying to describe you the differences I see within this lineup out here. Very high quality, beautiful profiling female there that I like to just change in a few areas. The senior yearling female out here, it's hard to show these big senior yearling females at this stage of the game in terms of where they're at, but man, this one is very unique, I think, when we study cattle at the surface. Big bone, huge footed. I love just her foot quality, and when you ask the cattle to get out and go, she is as sound and good moving as anything we've seen here today. I love just her balance there from the side in terms of her body and her rib shape, and has plenty of stoutness and power to go along with that. We can all be critical, right, and say that she needs to be tucked up in her chest floor, but when you study this one in terms of the shape to her head and the shape to her neck, and how that female is just very fresh here on the top side of her neck, I think she's very fresh. I don't mind a little chest in some of these older cattle when they get back out here, but a very high quality female there that I think's got a tremendous amount of good. Excellent set of cattle out here for your junior Hereford heifer show. Been a lot of fun sorting through it here this morning. We'll get you a champion reserve out of here. Congratulations.
We got a single entry over here on the Red Angus side, a January junior yearling the young lady's brought to us. Just beautiful about her head and her neck, and she's laid in so smooth and flat at the top and point of her shoulder. So long and maternal in terms of her rib cage and her lines. Beautiful in terms of her hip. Really high quality entry. We'll reevaluate when we get our other contemporaries out here momentarily for our junior yearling champion.
Nice single entry right there in our red show from Alan Murray of Lebanon, Oregon, tag number 451. They're going to make selection now of the junior champion in reserve. Welcome back all those in contention. And on our Hereford side, our reserve champion is Rhett Bloom with tag number 623. And Adeline Grace Blankenship, tag number 607, coming to us from West Burlington, New York, going to be your grand champion. We'll move to the Bull Show. We're going to move to the Bull Show on the Hereford side. Looks like we got 5 of them in our first class right here. We'll welcome in 469, Lexi Egbert of Fairfield, Montana. 647, Crew Egbert of Fairfield. 646, Chesney DeBay of Belgrade, Montana. 615, Harrison Mernon of Muscle Shell, Montana. And Hennessy Mernon of Muscle Shell, Montana with tag number 617.
Selection of your junior and reserve junior champion female, and again, not a lot of numbers, but we got a 2 out of our February and 1 out of our January class here back in contention. And both these heifers that are class winners, I think, add an upgrade in terms of just look and presence and balance. And between the two of them, I still think there's a few differences. I love the shape and the rib shape and design, the stoutness of the heifer that come out of the first class. Love the length, extension, added femininity of the heifer that come out of the second class. With that said, I'm going to opt to use the female that looks good from a balance perspective, but has more dimension from a muscularity. The heifer that come out of this first class will be your champion. Young lady will be a reserve.
Congratulations to Cage Kennington. With tag number 440, going to be your champion. And our reserve is back number 451, Alan Murray of Lebanon, Oregon. Congratulations. And on our Red Angus side, we're going to move to Class 16. And our 2-year-old cow with calf. Got a single entry right here from Madison Briss of Keela, Montana. Tag number 411. This will then be your cow-calf champion. And from there, they'll move to make selection of the grand champion junior female and reserve on the Red Angus side.
We got a single entry pair here, the 2-year-old Red Angus female that the young ladies brought out to us. And we got to see the heifer calf earlier in the show, and we admired her about her length and extension, her added performance. And that just speaks volume to the cow to have that kind of added weight here off of a 2-year-old cow herself. I think very intriguing from a balance perspective. We love her added femininity, the boldness and depth of her body, the squareness out of her hip. Where I probably want to change this one, especially on a 2-year-old, is I'd like to level her udder up there. I'd like to make her 4 quarters there, fuller and lower to match her back end. But a female is probably wanting to wean this calf here probably any moment. So an outstanding individual to be our champion cow. Congratulations.
Always a pleasure to see the cow-calf pairs coming in, and a great one right there from Madison Briss of Keela, Montana. Tag 411, that's your cow-calf champ. And on the red side, we're going to now make selection of our grand champion junior female and reserve. So all those in contention for selection of Red Angus grand champion junior female and reserve grand champion junior female, welcome back in. And of course, on the Hereford side, we are looking at our first class of bulls right here. These are March through June babies of 2025.
Very high quality class here in our junior bred-owned Hereford Bull Show here, and I think this trio of bulls on the top end, they all exemplify some quality out here. But the young individual that's going to go ahead and start here for the young lady, I think just ups the ante in terms of his presence and balance from the side. I love the dark pigmented bull's just presence and his elevation there up front. He's a good-headed rascal. That's awesome in terms of his masculinity already at this age of the game, and a good square nutted bull that's really sound and good out of his rear skeleton. We ask the cattle to get out and go. Love his body and just how true and square and wide and genuine that bull is all the way through. I think a very nice, high-quality individual to go ahead and start. Young lady, you got a good bull here that's coming in too in terms of offering some added density and body shape and just muscularity all the way through. I think this bull's awesome down his top line and out through his hip. Really beautiful there out of his hip and rear leg when you ask the cattle to get out and go. This bull at times, for me, he's maybe not as unique in terms of his head and his skull there up front as the class winner in terms of being cleaner there through his jawline, but a bull I think that's got a tremendous amount of quality. Maybe like to set his tail head just down there, a little neater there as well, but a really, really nice bull to go second in this class. Good bull here coming in 3, and he's probably the stoutest and offers the stoutest rear leg of any of the trio here in the top end of this class. A bull that's square and level there in terms of his lines. He's got plenty of muscle and width and power to go along with that. He's kind of a bigger sheath calf out here that I'd like to kind of change the way he handles his front end build when he asks the cattle to get out and go, just allow him to be a shot more comfortable there in terms of his angles and a set to his knee. A nice pair of bulls here coming next. Young man's here coming next is the bull that's really attractive there from the side. I like his strength and just his levelness and squareness out through his rump. He's maybe a bull at times that gets a bit more uncoordinated for me at both ends of his skeleton. I'd like to just loosen him up there in terms of mobility here to get him up any higher in this class. Young lady's bull is going to go ahead and close the class off with. I love his body and doability and just his ruggedness there in terms of his body shape I think is great. That's a bull there for me. I need to open him up in terms of his skeletal width all the way through through. Needs to be more comfortable there out of his rear skeleton when he has to cattle to get out and go. Nice class of bulls there. Congratulations.
Your top two out of our first class of bulls in the Hereford show. On my right, tag number 617, Hennessy Mernon of Muscle Shell, Montana, in reserve. And Chesney Dubé of Belgrade, Montana, was tagged 646. Going to be your class champion. Welcome in class number 12, our junior bull calves, 629, 621, and 630. Back over to selection of our grand champion junior female on the red side.
We've had an outstanding show over here on the Junior Red Angus, and again, I want to thank the breeders and exhibitors for making the trip to this part of the world to support this event, and for the honor to be here to evaluate them. I think our day started off really, really strong in that calf division. Obviously, that's where a majority of our numbers were as these kids get next year's project started and get going, but that division was outstanding, and those two heifers are going to have a bright future because they have all the bright pieces in terms of balance, but I think they're probably very unique in terms of what they offer from a boldness and stoutness standpoint. This heifer calf's just enormous in terms of her rib cage, but yet it fits into her body really, really well. She's so fresh through that front 1/3. I love her off of her, out of her hip. If I'm going to be ultra picky of what I think is a very unique individual, I want to make her hawk just a little more coordinated. And today, I think some of that's just in terms of being a calf and fighting it a little bit at the halter, but that's being ultra nitpicky. I'd like to see her just a little more correct at the hawk, but she's still sound and really handles herself on the go very, very well. We get into another pair of those heifer calves that really, really nice, and I like the freshness of the gentleman's heifer here. We like that, her combination of mobility. I think a heifer that's just so effective in filling her tracks as she goes. She's laid back in the angle of her shoulder, really square from hooks to pins. We get into another heifer, I believe is our intermediate female, and on the stand here, just really, really high quality. Again, that neck comes high out of the top of her shoulder. That relaxed yet level top line allows her to get around the ring. She's long and square from hooks to pins and got a really attractive set to her hind leg. Again, maybe not quite as neat and just sleek through that front 1/3, but that's being ultra nitpicky. We got back to this next division winner, and I think from a balance perspective on the stand here, this one's kind of unparalleled. She is so fresh and so attractive through that front 1/3. I love the turn to her barrel and the turn to her rib cage right there. She's so uniform in terms of her body depth, super powerful out of her upper hip, carries that dimension down lower than most of these. Now, if I'm going to get critical on her, it's just when she wants to go, she wants to duck her down in her loin right there ever so slightly. But to me, that's just a very, very high quality individual. The young man's heifer come in next, a bigger, longer version, really up-headed, really long spine. She's probably not as strong right down her rib cage right there behind her blade. I'd maybe like to see her more expansive down low relative to the female just directly above her. But from a presence and balance standpoint, this gentleman's brought us some really high quality ones that were presented to the nines. We've got a 2-year-old pair down here in contention. We talked about her doing a great job raising this first calf and added some length and extension and worlds of performance. This cow's maintained her body condition in great shape, and then we appreciate her look and her balance. Again, I want to get critical of her udder for a young cow. We'd maybe like to level it up just a nickel, but that's being being picky, just trying to tell you what I see. With that said, I do think there's two individuals that I think offer more uniqueness from a balance standpoint, and it's just kind of what you want to give and take in terms of structural integrity and those pieces that go with that. I'll go out and select your two champions. If you would, congratulate these junior exhibitors.
Over here on the Hereford side, another nice class of spring bull calves here. The horn bull that goes ahead and win, man, he's very unique, I think, in a lot of ways. And just you start the calf up front in terms of his front feet and his forearm and how he just ties everything together in a very elite, high-quality package out here is very, very good. I think the bull's got a tremendous amount of shape and product to him as well. I like the way his nuts, and he's square nutted, a good nutted bull there as well to go along with that. Maybe at times out here he just gets, I think he's sound and great in terms of his structure. He's kind of a little bit in the awkward teenage stage out here to me as he gets just not maybe as comfortable and maybe just fighting a halter out here a little bit. But man, that bull is very unique in terms of stoutness and quality and presence there from the side. A very, very good individual. The bull here coming next, a nice pair of them here to go ahead and close this class off with. The young ladies bull here coming in 2 is just simply denser. There's more to him. He's wider and more opened up there in terms of his body and his muscularity. I like the softest one in terms of his rear skeleton. When we ask the cattle to get out and go lengthen him out through his hip ever so slightly if we could. The young man's bull is going to go ahead and close the class off with. I do like his added moderation. I like his added softness about his body. He's probably stouter at the surface than the bull in 2. This bull here just gives up too much pounds and product here to get any higher in the class today. Nice trio of bulls. Congratulations.
Finishing in reserve of the class right there, Kaylin Weber of Shoshone, Wyoming, tag number 630, and the class champion for your junior bull calves, January, February calves. Got a February calf number 621, shown by Megan Otis of Immigrant, Montana. On the Hereford side, they're going to make selection for our reserve champion yearling and reserve champion yearling bull juniors. On the red side, our reserve yearling champion, tag 435, is Sawyer James of Redmond, South Dakota. And our senior yearling champion, congratulations to Cade Barney of Klamath Falls, Oregon, with tag number 403. On the Hereford side, on the Red Angus side, we can move into our bull show and welcome in a single entry right here, tag number 461. February bull calf shown by Cambry Murray of Lebanon, Oregon. Tag number 461. That'll be your reserve. That'll be your junior bull calf champion, as well as your grand champion at junior bull.
I think a very good division here in the Hereford Bull Bred and Owned show. I think all 4 of these exhibitors should be extremely proud for bringing an elite set of young calves out here. And I think both these class winners are extremely good and extremely high quality. I think there's subtle differences between the pair. And I'll tell you what I see. I think this bull here that wins the first class, standing still and parked, I like his balance and just he's so good in terms of his head and his skull and just his masculinity on the top side of his neck at a calf at this stage of the game. And yet he reads so rugged there in terms of his body and his look, and I love his top line and his attractiveness out through his hip and rear leg. I think a bull's got plenty of shape and width and dimension and power to go along with that. Is he maybe just a shot more upright and his angle's about his shoulder and not as comfortable as the bull directly behind him in terms of his movement out of his front end? Yeah, I'd like to change him there ever so slightly, but I think the bull still commands a lot of attention, has a tremendous amount of quality there about him as well. The bull here out of the second class I think is ultra unique and very intriguing in terms of studying cattle at the surface that have some extras in terms of foot size and bone and just ruggedness to go along with that. That bull is extremely high quality there in terms of his presence from the side. I love that about that bull. He's probably the leaner option of all 4 of these bulls out here as well, and I think he's great there in terms of his shape and his boldness of body and his stoutness and power there out through his hip. Maybe a bull at times for me, he is a little bit more open there about his shoulder. He maybe doesn't transition quite as good from his shoulder into his forerib shape. That's where I'd like to change him ever so slightly. And like I said, at times, I think his structure is very sound and athletic when he asks the cattle to get out and go. He maybe at times wants to get a bit more uncoordinated in his hock when he asks the cattle to get out and go. But I'm not going to take that to too much of a disadvantage here, as these cattle are going to continue to go on and do a lot of big things here. I just think there's a lot of unique qualities in that bull out here, and I like him a great deal. So I'm going to take one more closer look at him. I think it's pretty close. I think both these bulls offer a tremendous amount of good. We'll get you a champion reserve out of this division. Congratulations.
We've just got one entry here the young ladies got for our junior red show and our junior bred and owned show, so we're going to kind of knock out a couple birds here with one stone. But this young lady's brought us a really high-performing, super long spine. I really appreciate that added length and extension because of all the added weight and performance we'll get there. Bull that comes to us in his right working clothes in terms of his condition, in my opinion, really attractive, clean in his sheath. Again, our multiple champion here the young lady's got. Congratulations to her.
Very impressive and deserving single entry right there. That is Cambry Murray of Lebanon, Oregon. Tag 461, MHC Valentino. That'll be your junior bull calf champion, your grand champ bull champion, and your bred and owned bull calf champion. Congratulations. Our grand on the junior bull calves on the Hereford side, Megan Otis showing tag number 621. And in reserve, it is Chesney DeBay of Belgrade, Montana with tag 646. On our Hereford show over here, we got just a single entry in our senior bull calves. Looking at a September calf right here, tag number 611, shown by Jack Gillette of Roy, Montana. That'll be your champion senior bull calf as well. Megan Otis, you're going to be on deck with spring yearling bull, your bull number 622. Here on the Red Angus side. Looking at class number 21. Correction, we're at class number 29A right here. Cohen Cahoon of Charlotte, Montana is showing tag number 414. And Sawyer James of Raymond, South Dakota with tag 435. These are April heifer calves in our junior bred and owned female show.
Just a single entry over here in the Hereford side, a September-born bull that's a very good balance kind of a bull here from the profile, and I love his length down his top and out through his hip. A good bull there just in terms of his body and his rib and stoutness and power there as well. I'd like to just see him be just a shot more comfortable in his rear skeleton when he asks him to get out and go, but I like his balance and the look, the quality there that he represents from the profile. Nice single entry. Congratulations.
We're starting our bred and owned show over here on the Red Ring, and we saw these two heifers in the owned show, and I guess obviously going to leave them the same way that they did then, but I want my hats off to you two kids. These were our calf and reserve champion in the owned show. For both of these to be bred and owned by these two kids, obviously done a good job of mating former projects and bringing them back and handling these cattle. I want to commend both of them on an outstanding job of becoming Angus breeder, Red Angus breeders. Congratulations to both of them.
Congratulations to class number 29A right there. A couple of very impressive entries from Cohen Cahoon and Sawyer James of Charlotte, Montana, and Raymond, South Dakota. Coming in on the Hereford side, we got a single entry here from Megan Otis of Immigrant, Montana. That is tag number 622. Spring yearling bulls, calved in March or April. Got a March bull right there. And on the Red Angus side, this is class number 29B now. March heifer calves, Cambry Murray of Lebanon, Oregon, bringing his tag 455. And Cambry also bringing his tag 457 for our March heifer calves.
A nice single entry here in the Hereford Bulls side. And I like this horn bull's just added masculinity and ruggedness. Good-footed, good jointed kind of a bull here. That great in his testicular development. A bull that's really stout and level and long there out through his rump there as well. Could stand a lot more competition out here. Very nice single entry. Congratulations.
Excellent single entry right there. Megan Otis of Immigrant, Montana, takes 622. That's going to bring us to class number 18 on our Hereford show. We'll welcome in tag number 602 from Cash Billman of Rigby, South Dakota. Single entry right here. Following this class, we'll go to division for champion yearling bull.
Two entries here in this class by the young lady, and another one of those that was super competitive in our previous show. We just love her completeness and her soundness of structure. I just love how long and extended she is through that front 1/3, and again, admire her as the way she gets around the ring and plants and drive. The young man's heifer that's going to be second in this class. Again, we just like to see more of that heifer from a performance, weight per day of age perspective. Maybe make her more bold in terms of her center body width and dimension to compete with our class winner, but an outstanding pair of them. Congratulations to the kids.
Again, a very impressive class right there on our red side. Cambry Murray with tag 457 in reserve, and Cambry with 455. winning the class. We'll welcome in our February heifer calves now on our red side. 425 from Eric Fettis, 447 from Elizabeth Moog. TJ Brown of Powell, Wyoming, bringing his tag number 441 in our February calves.
Just a single entry over here on the Hereford bull side here. Very nice single entry here for this young man, a February-born bull. That's really awesome there in terms of his pigment, and just a good pigmented bull that I like his just masculinity there up front, and really bold and opened up there in terms of his upper rib shape and just his added capacity there. Stout, thick-ended, kind of a rascal there as well. Nice single entry. Congratulations.
Cash Billman there with a great single entry at tag number 602 for our junior yearling bull calves. And we'll go now to make selection of our champion yearling bull on the Hereford side in reserve. Welcome back all those in contention for selection of champion yearling bull. And we're going to follow that up with our champion and reserve champion bull for the Hereford show.
Here in our last division of the Hereford Bull Show here, I think a pair of good bulls for these young exhibitors, and I think there's some subtle differences between the pair, and I'll tell you what I see within both of them here. Excuse me, the bull out of that first class, I love this look in terms of balance and quality here from the side. The horn bull is just really good down his top line, and I think he offers more length and stoutness out through his hip and his rump. Very attractive there, good square nutted bull there as well. That I love his balance in terms of his body shape. He maybe wants to twist them front two out ever so slightly. And I'm going to be honest, when he gets out and travels, he wants to drop his pins just a little bit here. But I think a bull that's got a tremendous amount of quality there to him from the profile in terms of his look. Young man's bull, it's kind of giving him a hard time out here. I think this bull's got a lot of quality to him. He's masculine and he's rugged there in terms of his look. I like his stoutness and power. Hey, young man. Hey, bud. Just park him right here and face him that way. I think he's a bull that's got a lot of good and a lot of stoutness to him and ruggedness. Love his upper rib shape and just his boldness to his body. I like his stoutness and his out through his hip there as well. That bull at times there for me relative to the bull directly on the other side of him here. Maybe like to intensify him there ever so slightly in terms of his bone. But I think as a bull, he's got some really good there in terms of his shape and masculinity there as well. He gets a little coarser there about his shoulder ever so slightly. But I'm going to take one more look at both these bulls. I think they're both very nice and very high quality. We'll get a champion reserve in this division. Congratulations.
Another outstanding cow prospect the gentleman's brought here to be a class winner in your bred and owned show. And again, if we were to take the halter off of this one and put her in a replacement pen, we'd all find this one just due to her sheer mass and her dimension and just brood cow look to her. A female so soft and easy doing, and I admire her from a balance and structural integrity standpoint as well. I think she excels and dominates this trio. The heifer, I think you could flip-flop to 1s and 2 and 3. The gentleman's dark red heifer here wanting to fight him, and one that doesn't really help her in terms of the way she wants to get up in her top, but longer, leveler, squarer individual than the female in 3. But I do want to commend the young lady for the young her data set. I mean, again, I'm not probably rehearsed with the breed averages as good as I should have been, but this heifer's over a 1 for marbling, and I think we mentioned a couple others in the junior show before that were 0.7 and 0.8. So probably a breed outlier from a marbling perspective. It still looks like a lady today. We just want to see more of her from a marbling, from a performance standpoint, just to see her more mass and general dimension. But an outstanding job of breeding these cattle for these kids. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Eric Fettis of DKF Angus, Gladmar, Saskatchewan, finishing second in the class right there. Tag 425, your class champion, TJ Brown, and tag 441, Powell, Wyoming. And we will welcome in our January calves now on the red side, 427, 421, and 428. Meanwhile, on the Hereford side, our judge is about to select our champion yearling.
He already did.
He is about to select our overall champion and reserve champion bull on the Hereford side.
Another really high quality set of these heifers that the kids have brought out to us here. We're going to use this heifer that we got to see and liked in the junior show previously. Just admire her for her bold and turn to her rib shape, her added length and extension and femininity through that front 1/3. Maybe not, again, we want to lay that tail head down just ever so slightly into her spine relative to the other contemporaries in here, but I think adds so much attractiveness and balance, one that you can simply tie into. Again, love the brood cow look and the character that this heifer has in terms of her added femininity through her front 1/3, the boldness and mass and the dimension that she has through her center body, really flexible as she goes. Not quite as neat in terms of her points, in terms of the cleanliness through her lower 1/3 of her front 1/3, maybe not quite as sharp in the way she wants to drive off of her hind leg. Admire the heifer the gentleman's got in third here on the stand. I think she's so long and bold and stout and square, but it's when we ask that one to go into motion is where my concern lies with her. She's just too upright off either end of her skeleton, but just offers a tremendous amount of balance and look and an upgrade in terms of muscularity, but just not sound enough.
Top two in the class right here on our Red Angus side. Taryn Cox of Walla Walla, Washington with tag 421, and the class champion Eric Fettis, DKF Angus of Gladmar, Saskatchewan, tag number 427. And we'll bring in a single entry right here, class number 29E. This is tag 459 from Cambry Murray of Lebanon, Oregon, summer yearling heifer.
Let's give our Hereford bred-known exhibitors here a nice round of applause. Great set of Hereford bulls here top to bottom in this bull show, and I commend these young breeders for bringing out a great set of bulls and promoting what they're wanting to generate there at their operations, and they're no better feeling than raising high quality cattle like this out here in your bred-known bull show. With that being said, not going to go back through and describe the cattle. I think there's a trio of nice bulls out here to select from. We're going to have to leave one out here. With that being said, I'll go show you the champion in reserve out of this division. Congratulations.
Congratulations to our overall champ right there, Meganota's tag number 622. And in reserve, also a Meganota's bull of Immigrant, Montana, tag number 621.
Our final entry here in our bred-known Red Angus female show, and this is the intermediate that we saw in the Warner division in the junior show. Just incredible in terms of her lines, how up-headed she is and long and square and level from hooks to pins. Just gives you a really, really high-quality look and presence here about her from the profile. An outstanding division champion. Congratulations to her.
Congratulations to our single entry right there. Cambry Murray, Lebanon, Oregon, tag number 459. Going to win the class. Now for selection of Grand Champion bred and owned junior female and reserve. On the Hereford side, we're going to pull up on the reins right here and head down to the backdrop in the Expo Center for pictures. Champions and reserve champions, we need you down to the backdrop in the Expo Center for photos, and we'll come back up here momentarily then for our showmanship on our Hereford side.
What an incredible lineup these juniors have brought to us. And when I say that, they're the ones that have done it. They've mated these cattle from previous projects and brought this generation back and done a great job of mating those cattle, handling these cattle. And I encourage them to keep doing so. This is, to me, the kind of the heart and soul of all junior projects, is bringing these bred and owned cattle back out and showcasing your ability to be a breeder and take on what was maybe a junior heifer project and be able to make yourself into a cow herd. Well, I think, again, we've got 3 of them in my mind that kind of sort to the top. The heifer out of the first division, the heifer here with the rib brand, the gentleman with the cowboy hats got on, and the intermediate out of that last class. I think those are, to me, kind of the upper echelon of this particular drive. Females that still look like ladies, that are super sound structured, that have plenty of dimension to them. But again, the priority of building cattle sound from the ground up, but then have an awful good look to them from the profile. With that said, I'll select your champions. If you would, congratulate these junior exhibitors.
Congratulations to tag number 435, Sawyer James of Raymond, South Dakota. Your overall grand champion, bred and owned junior female. And tag number 459, Cambry Murray, Lebanon, Oregon, is going to finish in reserve. Your reserve grand champion, bred and owned junior female. That is the conclusion of our junior show. On the red side, you want to do pictures right now? We're going to do pictures there as well. So.
We have showmanship. We got showmanship and then a percentage. We have a showmanship.
You want to do showmanship now or pictures now? We're going to stay here and do showmanship on the red side. Outstanding. We'll welcome in our juniors. Our junior Red Angus Showmanship Show, class number 31, ages 8 to 13. Welcome in tag number 407, Neil Bronner Jr. Also tag number 413, Naomi Brist. Tag 415, Cohen Cahoon. Jasper Galliard wearing tag number 429, Kelly Herbst. Tag 431, Bailey Marie Hurlbut. Tag number 434, Cage Kennington, year 439. Ayla Martin, tag number 444, Ella Murray, tag 451, and Caden Sutherland, tag 466.
this is one of the parts of a show that I really like in terms of, I think this teaches so many life skills of showmanship, and I'm going to try to not be hard on the kids, but I want you to use it as a learning moment. And, I think I always relate showmanship as maybe like a job interview. There are so many things in life that first impressions are, I'm not going to say everything, but they're a lot, okay? So I want everybody to be ready when they hit the ring right down here when they hit that gate. I want your game face on and you're be prepared. You got your tools. I don't even get to pick on anybody for wearing hey dudes or tennis shoes in this drive like I did earlier in the week. And I commend you guys for looking professional. And when I say professional, we need to be representing our agricultural world. You guys are our spokespeople. I want you to look like somebody that would represent a professional agriculture person. You all got your belts, your boots, and your shirts are tucked in. I appreciate all those things about you. I do think there is things that all of us can work on, and showmanship probably starts with your dancing partner. And some of you maybe only have one red female, but if you have a string, our kids work on this at home every night. We consider our kids are involved in sports, but this is our sport, right? And I urge you guys to go home and tell your teachers what you did and how you got along so that they understand what you do when you're not there at school in the classroom, scoring points at a ball game, etc. So go home and educate those that are around you of how you did and what went on this weekend here in Billings. We got some of them down here that I just want to see a little more attentiveness into them, and eye contact can be a detriment too, because I think you can overwatch the judge and stumble right into roadblocks, right? So watch the judge, but use your peripheral vision to the best of your ability. I think if we're going to narrow this down, I think we've got maybe 4 kids in this lineup, potentially 5, that I think are in contention. And the young man right here with this heifer calf, I think you do a remarkable job. You've done a good job. I saw you last weekend. You've always had your cattle presented to the nines, and I appreciate that about you. Your calm demeanor, your presence. I love how you stand out front of that heifer. One thing I'd maybe want to do, and this is just me, and if I was going to do something, I would give you one size down of a show stick and just to fit, because you can see you're held onto it about halfway, and you do the same when we're going around the ring. And that's just me being probably too critical of this particular, but I'm trying to make you better in this game. So that's probably an extra large. I would probably, at your age and size, a large, and especially when you're showing a calf versus a big bred, maybe a large might be enough. Couple of these other kids, and when I make that comment, I tell our kids to always have their hand especially when we're walking around the ring, I want their fingers to touch your handle. You guys all know the rubber piece of the handle that's on the end of your show stick, just like the young lady coming around now. And we're about 2/3 the way up instead of holding it up here. So again, I would consider that show stick maybe just a nickel big for her and her age and size, and I think it's just a balance issue. I always tell my kids if they get it too high, it naturally wants to get higher, and you're going to get hit by lightning. So I try to deter them from doing that. The young lady making the circle here with this heifer, she's been just spot on through the morning here in terms of getting that heifer presented. Obviously, showmanship was not won in here today, right? It was won at home, and the days and hours leading up to this event or the year that she's probably been showing this bred heifer, and you can tell that's an incredible team. They do an incredible job of getting her presented. She's never not in the right spot. Young lady down here with the heifer calf, I admire you for keeping your demeanor. I'd have probably lost my mind about now with that heifer calf not wanting to lead and just fighting you. I mean, that's just part of a baby, probably our first outing here, and just wanting to soul up right there. And, so again, I know you've only had that one to show here today. It's just one of those things that will progress with time. But again, I can tell by the way you pick your priorities of moving feet that you know exactly what you're doing and how you want those cattle to set up. The gentleman right here in the cowboy hat does a remarkable job as well. I think he is always aware of where everything is in the ring and his animal and where the angle he wants to take to get her set up to the best of his ability. I always appreciate kids that want to get out in front of those cattle. He's probably done as good a job of having his hand right, in my opinion, as he leads the cattle. He's always had his hand in touch with the handle. He's going to be your champion junior showman. Congratulations to him on an outstanding job. We get to pick one more out here for reserve, and again, I do think it gets closer. And again, these kids are juniors. I'm going to ask that you guys, if I was the parent, hand your cattle off to somebody else and come back and watch these seniors. We'll get hard and critical on them too. You guys can help me pick them apart. Find a mentor ringside that knows what they're doing, and we always send our kids to the show ring to watch seniors, and just find somebody that's probably very competitive and just shadow them and just watch how their mannerisms and the way they handle their body. But to me, a gentleman that's done a great job all week, and not only today, but last weekend, right here with the red heifer calf, he's going to be a reserve. Nice job to everybody.
Congratulations to Cohen Cahoon, our reserve in the junior showmanship. And Cage Kennington is your junior showmanship champion. And that'll move us in right here to intermediate showmanship. Age 4 to 17. Welcome in Emma Brist, and as well as Madison Brist. Tags 408 and 411. Also tag number 420, Max Cox. Sawyer James, 435, 445. Cade Meacham, Mackenzie Malesnik, 446. And Reese Spear, 465.
Very nice lineup of these intermediate kids, and it's kind of to my advantage that we got to see them go through the heifer show to kind of know maybe their form and style here, and appreciate the way that they've handled themselves throughout the morning. I think the two young ladies down on this end, you guys do a fantastic job. Your composure, your professionalism, your speed. I love that there's the speed in which you walk your heifers. One thing I want to maybe, especially you down here closer to the announcer stand, ma'am, when you come in, and my younger daughter is guilty of this. We video her. That's our game film, right? So, because she doesn't believe us that she does it. It's just human tendencies. So we film her and let her watch it. Is when you were coming in, you had your show stick like over here in front of your face. And I think it's just part of our competitive nature. We get tense, and you want her to do this, and so I couldn't see her face. I would like that stick just to be naturally. And we tell our kids, I know you guys are probably too old, and everybody thinks I'm stupid when I say Daniel Tiger. You know how they take 3 deep breaths. So about the time before you blow up, or say something stupid in life, take 3 deep breaths. And it's that same way before you come in. if you just take some breath, take a relaxation, I think, you ladies do a great job in terms of your, like your strokes per minute or strokes per second, I think is outstanding. But I would ask that we just maybe look at that and just become a little bit, I want to see you, I don't want to be looking through your arm. So the next pair of them do a great job. And then through the morning, these kids, especially for heifer calves, these guys have been spot on in terms of getting them presented. Your heifer calf fell down in the corner earlier, young man, and you didn't even phase you. You did didn't even act like anything happened. That takes professionalism. You've been in a situation or two. You guys do a great job of just handling livestock. And I think showmanship teaches, whether we're working cattle or at home, what pushes animals into certain directions. You guys do a great job. Down here, I think the last three of you guys, we weren't leading our heifers. Our heifers were almost leading us as we went around. And when I say that, you were maybe more like the ear of the heifer was here instead of the animal, the nose being back here. So I would maybe urge you guys do a good job of handling the cattle in terms of your speed. But when, I always tell our little kids, especially, get out in front of those animals. That's the safe spot, right? You need to be out in front of them. And if the cattle really want to go, that becomes harder. But if you got your hand, you can almost put back pressure. So I guess I would urge the three of you to change that if you can. You lead the heifer instead of the heifer lead you. With that said, the champion today is going to be this young lady right here with the red heifer, and the reserve will be this gentleman right beside him.
Congratulations to our champion Sawyer James, and our reserve is Max Cox. In our intermediate showmanship, our final class of showmanship coming right here, class number 33, senior showmanship, tag 404, Kate Barney, as well as TJ Brown with 442, 421, Taryn Cox, Jenna Cox with 419, Eric Fettis, 428, Cambry Murray, 460, and 463, Jaden Nate. And we, on our Hereford side, are getting it underway with our Pee Wee showmanship. Two entries right there. Take 631, Emily Wheatcroft, and Lexi Egbert of Fairfield, Montana with 649.
As we get going again over here on the Hereford side, a nice pair of Pee Wee showmen to get out here, and they're both these young ladies are doing an outstanding job, and they've done an outstanding job here all morning. So with that being said, I'm going to leave them the way they both came in. Young lady in front will be our champion, followed with young lady in second to be reserved. Congratulations to you both. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Couple of impressive young ladies there on that Hereford side in the showmanship. Lexi Egbert of Fairfield, Montana in reserve, and Emily Wheatcroft of Warren, Wyoming, your champion Pee Wee showman. That'll take us to junior showmanship on the Hereford side. We're going to welcome in tag 467, Crew Egbert of Fairfield, Montana. Also Kingston Egbert of Fairfield is 648. Cash Millman, 601 of Rigby, Idaho. Danny Hess of Park City, Montana, number 612. Wyatt Wickman of Moore, Montana will take 6:42. Chesney DeBay, Belgrade, Montana, 6:45. Also, Kaylin Weber of Shoshone, Wyoming takes 6:30. Hennessy Mernon of Muscle Shell, Montana, and Harrison Mernon of Muscle Shell, Montana to complete our junior showmanship class.
Again, a fine set of these senior gentlemen, and I commend all of you. Some people ask, why would I might have had champion heifer. Why do I need to go back in for showmanship? That attitude really sours me, because most of the time, or 90% of the time, your competitive cattle will be shown to the best of their ability. So they kind of go hand in hand, right? If you're willing to work hard on your animal at home and do so, practice makes perfect, and that's what gets you to this level. And again, I want to commend these seniors for coming out. I think just an incredible drive of them. Obviously, get a little bit less of a hall pass here. Higher expectations out of you seniors, so I just say, because we don't have time to tweak on you. Your guys' career is coming closer to an end, and savor the moment, if you will, and thank your parents for getting you to this point in your life. We had a moment last weekend in the steer show, I believe it was, and we did steer showmanship, and there was 50 kids or something. And if you fail to notice this, this is just living life, passing my experiences on to you. There was a young lady, as we finished steer pictures and they were waiting on showmanship, her steer was just laying down out here in the makeup arena. And I'm not trying to pick on that young lady. I'm just using this as a teaching moment that when she come in, sawdust all over its belly, no big deal to her. My point is, and we made a point there, is somebody is always watching you guys, okay? Especially when you start getting in the limelight and having success of some sort in life. And so what I mean is, when I'm watching even clear past the gate at you guys coming in, you and your support team, how you handle yourself. And I just urge you guys, as you get to that point in life, I didn't grow up with cameras everywhere like you guys got today. So even more people are watching, right? But I just urge you guys to enjoy where you're at in this, your career of showing, and as you approach the end of your line. But just an outstanding job of these kids. I'm not going to get critical on any of them because they all do an outstanding job. I do think there's 3 of them that probably raised the bar. To me, the young lady down on this end and these 2 gentlemen on this end, I think ultra competitive. Obviously, we can only pick a pair of champions today, but I wanted the one that doesn't get to be a part of that to know you're right there, and it's just personal preferences on how things handled out today. But again, congratulations to all. I'll go select your champion in reserve.
Congratulations to the top 2 in our senior showmanship division right there. TJ Brown finishes in reserve, and Camry Murray is going to be our champion senior showman. Looks like we've just got a handful left here in our Red Angus show. Class number 34. Single entry right here, Jasper Galliard of Stevensville, Montana. The February heifer calves looking right here at our percentage female show. Welcome at tag number 429, Jasper Galliard, Stevensville, Montana.
just 2 entries here in our percentage red female show, and I think just a great addition to this lineup of cattle. Give these exhibitors a little flexibility in terms of maintenance or matings, excuse me, and whether they're coming into the reds or have reds and want to do something a little bit else from an avenue. But really high quality heifer calf here. The gentleman's brought to us, really fresh in her condition. Admire her in terms of her femininity through her front 1/3, the boldness to her rib cage. The young man's heifer that come out of the other class and our other division winner, ultra stout top, big hipped individual. Probably not nearly as correct in terms of her angles of her structure, but female is still offers an upgrade in terms of muscularity. I like the heifer calf to be your champion. The gentleman's stout heifer here to be your reserve. Congratulations.
Congratulations to number 429 is our champion right there. That is Jasper Galliard of Stevensville, Montana. And reserve goes to Neil Bronner of Valentine, Nebraska, tag number 412. And before we turn it over to our showmanship on the Hereford side, we're going to bring in our Merit Heifer show here on the red side. 424, Madison Engel of Minotaur, Nebraska. 463, Jaden Knight of Cokeville, Wyoming. Cade Meacham of Connell, Washington brings 445. And JJB Incorporated out of Gallatin Gateway, Montana. Never heard of it, but I spent a month there once. Tag number 406.
Another great set of young junior showmen over here on the Hereford side, and everyone's doing an outstanding job. And in showmanship, I do feel like it is a very personal preference, kind of a trait, and from a judging standpoint, is everybody's got a different style and a different way of kind of presenting your calf. But still, at the same time, my biggest thing is when you're out here evaluating showmanship is just simply who's the smoothest, who's the fastest, without being too aggressive there at the touch in terms of getting one presented to the best of their ability. So, with that being said, I'll show you the top 2 that I like out of this division. Congratulations to these young exhibitors.
Again, I always saw these kids, Ty and I did yesterday in the Junior Merit Heifer program, and what an outstanding opportunity they've had, and they've been given by the breeders that donated these heifers to these kids, and they've done a good job of maintenance, in terms of feeding and growing and these cattle. You obviously, I think they told us they had to be check pregnant to be here, which I admire. That's a great trade, and you guys have done a good job of getting them bred up. I like the heifer the young ladies got down here closer to the announcer stand for her added length and extension. To me, she's more correct in the angle out of her shoulder. Love that added performance and mass and dimension. The young man's dark red heifer that's going to be second in reserve in this merit drive. Really bold in terms of her rib shape and her muscularity. Again, just need to see more flexibility and reach off either end of that skeleton to run with as our class winner. The heifer that's going to conclude this drive. We just like to tie that one's neck, probably more appropriate and higher into the top of her shoulder, and her blade there just looks a little bit low fronted. She gets out from a power and dimension standpoint. Outstanding drive of those merits. Congratulations to you kids.
Our reserve showmanship champion in the junior department in class number 20 over here on the Hereford side. Tag number 601, Cash Billman. And our champion junior showman, congratulations go to Danny Hess of Park City, Montana. And on our Merit Heifer show here in the Red Angus, second goes to Cade Meacham, Connell, Washington. And first is going to go to Madison Engel of Minotaur, Nebraska. Going to bring in now our seniors, intermediate showmanship. 14 to 17, Timber Billman of Rigby, Idaho, wearing tag 604. Leslie Wickman of Moore, Montana, 636. Shino Billman of Rigby, Idaho, 603. And Ashton Smeltzer of Glendive, Montana, with 624.
Another great set of young individuals over here on the Hereford showmanship side. Intermediates here. I think all four of these young ladies do a great job, and probably just the older I get, or for these older kids once they come in here, is just the subtle things for me in terms of awareness of where I'm at within the ring, how the ring should work, and coming in and out. And I think all four of these young ladies did an outstanding job. So I think there's two in particular that just kind of up the ante in terms of their presentation. And then I'm a big person on just posture and how you stand with the calf, and just I think it's very proper to be out here and just the way you present them. So with that being said, there's a pair of them I think that are doing an outstanding job. I'll show you a champion reserve. Congratulations.
Congratulations to our reserve right there, Chloe Billman of Rigby, Idaho. And our champion intermediate showman, congratulations, Timber Billman, also of Rigby, Idaho. That'll bring us to senior showmanship right here. Got a pair of entries. Megan Otis of Immigrant, Montana with tag number 619. And Justine Wilkinson of Morrill, Nebraska.
Just two over here for our senior showmanship finals, and I think both these young ladies do an outstanding job, and they have all day, and I'm a big believer in that as a judge. I think showmanship speaks volumes the first class you come in, no matter what class it is throughout the day, the first or the last in your junior show. And then you come in and do showmanship on top of that. And I always remember a good showman when they come in and hit the ring. It does make an impact in a judge's mind, in the back of their mind, and just who does a tremendous job on presenting their cattle to the highest degree. So with that being said, I'll show you my champion reserve out of here. Again, congratulations to both of the exhibitors. Truly enjoyed the Junior Hereford Heifer show here this morning. Let's give them all a nice round of applause as they're doing an outstanding job here today. Thank you.
Our reserve, Justine Wilkinson of Morrill, Nebraska, and our champion in the senior showmanship, Megan Otis of Immigrant, Montana. And that'll conclude our Hereford show, and of course, as well as our Red Angus Junior showmanship. We stand on the threshold of the open shows. We're going to be coming right back here. There are just a few items that need to be dealt with before we get into our open show. Shouldn't take more than about 2, maybe 3 minutes. We're coming right back for the open. We are good to get our Hereford show started. Our open Hereford show starts with class number 1, spring heifer calves. We got a couple to look at in our first class. Our first one, tag number 547, comes from Emily Wheatcroft of Warden, Wyoming, and Harrison Mernon of Muscle Shell, Montana. Brings us tag 518. Class number 2, please be ready. You're going to be on deck. I'll run through those tags here quickly. 530, 588, 532, 529, 573, 545, 589, 585, 601, and 511. You are class 2. You're on deck. And on the Red Angus side, we're going to get started with May heifer calves. A single entry right here from Bailey Marie Hurlbut of Raymond, South Dakota, tag number 275.
We got an outstanding way to start off our Hereford show here on this side of the ring, and if this is any speaking of what the quality we're going to get to see throughout today, just an outstanding April heifer calf in terms of just her brood cow character, her added femininity or flexibility off either end of her skeleton. Female that's really ready to be here. The heifer that I think is a maybe of the young lady, just really refined. A little bit of a disadvantage, obviously, for performance and weight per day of age. Where I want to reconstruct that one is from her front knee down to the ground. We'd like to see her toe straighter and have a more reaching stride out of that front end.
Congratulations to Emily Whitcroft, finishing in reserve of the class right there, tag 574, and our class champ, Harrison Mernon of Muscle Shell, Montana. We'll go right here into class number 2. Again, we're going to welcome in tag 530 from Largent & Sons of Casey, Wyoming. Tag number 588 and Frank Hereford of Roscoe, Montana. 532, Largent & Sons of KC, Wyoming. Number 529, also from Largent & Sons. Emily Wheatcroft of Warden, Wyoming. 573, Gene Stillhan of Cheyenne, Wyoming. 545, Roscoe Herefords of Roscoe, Montana. 589, Frank Herefords, 589, Kingston Egbert of Fairfield, Montana. 585, Hennessy Mernon of Muscle Shell with 601, and Beth Bunkers of Roscoe with 511.
Just a single entry here to begin our open Red Angus heifer show. A nice Mayborn heifer calf here that I think's got a really bright future here for the young lady. And I know it's probably her first trip off the ranch there at home, but man, a female that's got a lot of good to her in terms of feminine quality up front and having some mass and volume and dimension to go along with that. Very nice single entry here. Congratulations.
Nice single entry to get started in the Red Angus Open Show. Congratulations to Bailey Marie Hurlbut of Raymond, South Dakota. That's going to bring us into Class 2 for our Red Angus Show. Got a pair of entries here. Number 217 from Cohen Cahoon of Charlotte, Montana. And Sawyer James of Raymond, South Dakota, bringing us tag 232. These are April heifer calves. March heifer calves, please be ready. You're Class 3. You're on deck.
a really nice pair of April-born heifer calves here on the Red Angus side, and I think both these females have a tremendous amount of good to them. I like the young ladies to go ahead and start, though. Just offers a shot more presence and unique quality there in terms of her front end skeleton and her build. I think a female that's very, very good in terms of how she transitions from her forerib into her center rib and body. And I think she's very attractive, well balanced there from the side. Moves extremely well when you ask the cattle to get out and go. Very nice class winner there. Love the body and the volume and just the added capacity, and the female here coming in too. And man, she's about as good bodied and good ribbed as you can make them. Maybe a female there for me. I wish her neck was maybe just tied in a little neater there on the top side of her neck, and you can lengthen it out ever so slightly. Female, it's very smooth to look at though from the profile. Two very nice high quality females. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Sawyer James of Raymond, South Dakota, finishing second under that class. And your class champion is Cohen Cahoon of Charlo, Montana with 217. That's going to bring us to our March heifer calves. We've got a half a dozen or thereabouts entries. Number 234, K-Bar Ranch, Central Point, Oregon. Number 246 from Allie Joe Merritt of Savage, Montana. 278, Walking T Genetics of Joliet, Montana. Cambry Murray of Lebanon, Oregon, brings his tag 254 and 258. Madison Brist of Cotta, Montana, will tag 212 and 255 from Ayla Martin of Missoula, Montana, and Adeline Martin of Missoula, Montana. From here, we'll make selection of our spring calf champion on the red side.
Really nice class of these March heifer calves, and a little more sort, I guess. I'll get down into studying them at the ground and just how they're built from their feet and legs and up. But I think these three have our service to the top pretty rapidly in my mind. Just added balance and femininity and proportional. Then you get some upgrade in terms of stoutness and power. But again, building these cattle from a priority to me is soundness from the ground up. This heifer excels the class in terms of that, having the more reach and a correct angle out of her front end there, more effective in filling her tracks, really robust in terms of her rib shape, and admire that added stoutness out of her hip. Really fresh condition heifer coming in here in second, and I admire her here from the profile. Just so up-headed and ladylike through that front 1/3, good and laid in smooth at the point of her shoulder. She's beautiful from hooks to pins and off of a hind leg. When that one wants to get out and go, maybe not the most effective at filling her tracks like our class winner, but still more than acceptable. Beautiful in terms of her pattern. Female in 3 is a stretch longer and a stretch a little bit nickel bigger, more extended in terms of her kind. With that, she's probably not as expressive in terms of her dimension. Muscle down low, we'd like to see her wider based and a little more shape down into that lower quarter and stifle to stifle. The young man's a dark red heifer here coming in next. Go ahead and you can take her on, bud. Really shapeful in terms of her muscularity running down her top and out of her hip. We admire her. Still looks like a lady and has that much open turn to her top. She's fresh in terms of her condition. I just read her to be a nick, and maybe that freshness today compared to these others, she hadn't been up on feed as long, but I read her to be just a nickel harder right there in her heart and a little more closed up as she goes away from you. Love the moderation and the boldness, the doability and practicality of this heifer coming in next. Just comes to us a nickel planer through that front 1/3. With that, she's just a shorter coupled individual, not nearly as long in terms of her rib or from hooks to pins. Another super fresh, sound structured individual the young lady's got here coming in next. Probably not as expansive in terms of her rib shape and her design. We'd like to see that one more pulled apart and robust in terms of her rib shape. The next heifers kind of fall in line, in my opinion anyway, just from structure. We get one that's a little more elevated in terms of her chest floor. I'd like to see her drop down for that added size, drop down in her forerib back into her flank. These next 3 females just get a little bit tangled up off their rear 2 as they go. Just need to be wider and structured. They need to be more authority, more attractiveness and coordination in terms of the way they set down at their hock down into the ground in terms of their pasterns.
Over here on the Red Angus side, a really good trio of cattle here in the top end of this class, and I think this top pair is rather close here for me. There's some subtle changes and differences I'd like to see between both these females, but in terms of quality of look and balance and just having some uniqueness to her, I think the heifer that wins does so rather handily in terms of her feminine quality there up front, just the length to her neck, and I love this one at the surface in terms of her added bone and circumference of foot. I think she's a really stout featured kind of a female that ties a really nice maternal shape to her body and her rib cavity. Beautiful in terms of her condition here yet. If I'm going to get extra critical of this one, I maybe like to just make her more comfortable out of her knee when he asks the cattle to get out and go. She's maybe not as opened up as the female here directly behind her, but I don't call her narrow and light muscle by any means. Very nice, well presented female there to go ahead and win this class. Their stouter option, a more cowier female here comes in 2, and there's no question she's just so demanding there in terms of her body and her rib and her mass and muscularity. I love her width that she has up over her top and out through her hip with that extra power and mass. So this female does want to open up a shot more for me out of her shoulder. She wants to get outside of herself when he asks the cattle to get out and go at both ends of her skeleton, like the changer there. Just so unique, though, in terms of how stout and massive and robust there she is, and still ties it together in a very nice, high-quality look. Young man, you got a nice female here coming in 2. She's obviously the more moderate female of the trio on the top end of this class. Very nicely presented kind of a female. Love her hip and rear leg, the length to her hip, the set to her hock and her passer. And when he asks the cattle to be parked in here at the stand of the top trio of females, she does give up a little bit more in terms of body and just added shape and dimension, but beautiful in terms of her balance and her look. I need to change her how she moves out of her front end for me to get her up any higher. She gets too elevated in her angles about her shoulder. Needs to be more comfortable there when he asks the cattle to get out and go. Real moderate, stout, robust kind of a female here comes next, and a female that I like her just her in terms of her top line and out through her hip and her rump. Maybe a female there for me is story holds true here up front. She's a little too straight and elevated up front. She's a little quicker in her maturity pattern there for me than I'd like to see at this stage of the game. Just like to offer that female to have a shot more continuation. Really big, long-bodied, extended female here comes next, and I like just her added size and scale and length of body. She gets a bit more uncoordinated for me out of her hip and rear skeleton when he asks the cattle to get out and go, but I love her just in terms of her balance and her look there from the side. Bold-bodied, stout-made kind of a female here comes here next. A female that I do like her down her top line and out through her hip. A little plainer about her head and her neck. Like to change her balance from the profile if we could, ever so slightly. Young lady female is going to go ahead and close the class off here. Has some qualities there in terms of mass, dimension, and muscularity about her. She's a little too upright in her angles at both ends of her skeleton. Just need to see her be a shot more comfortable there in terms of her movement. Very good class of Red Angus calves from top to bottom. Congratulations.
On the Hereford side, our previous class in reserve was Gene Stillhand of Cheyenne, Wyoming, and our class champion was Hennessy Mernon of Muscle Shell, Montana. Back over here on the red side, the class we just finished up here, class number 3. Our reserve goes to K-Bar Ranch of Central Point, Oregon. And our class champion, Camry Murray of Lebanon, Oregon, showing tag number 254. We'll go to division now and select our spring calf champion. And reserve, we welcome in all those in contention for selection. On the Hereford side, we are looking now at class number 3. Junior heifer calves coming in January or February of this year. Danny Hess of Park City, Montana with tag number 517. Also, Gene Stillhan of Cheyenne, Wyoming with 547. Gene also brings us 548. Megan Otis of Immigrant, Montana, 522. Chesney DeBay of Belgrade, Montana, 583. The Story Hereford Ranch of Bozeman, Montana, 553. And Kyla Mather of Wilsaw, Montana with tag 552. On our Hereford side, we will select our champion junior and reserve champion junior heifer calf following this class.
Very good division of Red Angus heifer calves here on the Red Angus side, and I think all 3 of these class winners and respective second places resemble a tremendous amount of quality out here. I think the Mayborn heifer's got a bright future for the young lady. Maybe just today isn't her day, and getting the first trip get the first trip under her belt and just let her go home and do the right things, but love her body and the shape to her rib and her width and dimension up high. I think is very, very good. Still feminine and ladylike there up front. She's just going to continue to get better for the young lady. Congratulations. I do think she's got a lot of good to her. Obviously, I think for the division, it comes down between our heifers out of our these next 2 classes here, and the heifer out of the second class, I'm going to be the first to tell you, she's plenty advanced there for me and everywhere, respectively, in terms of mass and volume relative to her age out here for me. But still, with that being said, she is a very high-quality female that I love her skeletal build when you ask the cattle to get out and go, and I do think she has an advantage in this lineup. She's maybe not wanting to show herself off here at the moment, but when we ask the cattle to get out and go, I do believe that she is the most appropriate there in the slope and angle to her shoulder, more comfortable in the set to her knee, and I like that in terms of a high degree out here, and just so overwhelming in terms of that power and mass, like I stated, and can handle it extremely well when you get out and go. Maybe relative to the cattle on either side of her, she's maybe not as attractive in terms of the shape to her skull and the shape and the length to the top side of her neck, but I don't call that female bad or ugly fronted by any means. I still think she's very high quality out here and definitely in contention. Obviously, the one that's kind of the little different outlier out here within this lineup is the female out of the third class here, and there's some really unique qualities you got to like about this female in terms of just her presence and her quality here at the stand. That female is very good in the way her neck sits on the top side of her blade. I love her down her top line, and especially the length and the squareness out through her hip and her rump, as she's very attractive there in the set to her rear leg. Love just the maternal sweep that she has in terms of her elevation up through her chest floor, and the sweep that she has through the center rib of her body, I think is extremely high quality. Like I stated in class, I would like to change her up front in the way she kind of plants and sets at her knee when we ask the cattle to get out and go. I don't call her light muscled or flat by any means. She could be a nickel stouter for me all the way through if I'm going to be very critical and change them. So kind of tip your hat to which way you want to go. I think it does get a little closer for me. I still think there's one that's just very commanding in terms of her structural integrity and balance when we ask the cattle to get out and go and maintain it with an extra stoutness and power. Young lady out of Class 2 will be our division champion. Young lady out of Class 3 will be reserved. Congratulations.
Congratulations to your reserve right there. Camry Murray of Lebanon, Oregon with tag 254. And our champion is going to be Cohen Cahoon of Charlotte, Montana with tag number 217. Congratulations. On our Red Angus side, we're going to welcome in our February heifer calves, tags 247, Ellie Joe Merritt of Savage, Montana, 243, TJ Brown of Powell, Wyoming, 261, Adeline Martin of Missoula, Montana, and 224, Eric Fettis of Gladmar, Saskatchewan.
Another really deep class of these Hereford heifer calves, maybe a little more sort and just differences of type and kind and molds. The heifer that most suits my type and kind is the female that the young lady's got down here at the gate. Just beautiful and elegant and ladylike about her front 1/3. Love the shape and design of her neck and the fact that she's smooth in her shoulder. I think where her class advantages lies from their back. She's bolder, deeper in her rib shape. She's bolder and more opened up in her top line. I think she's more nearly level than the female that's runs down in terms of her top line than the female in 2. I love her in terms of her hip and on the travel off of her hind leg. The gentleman brings us a really extended, a really fresh, up-headed individual to come in 2. She stays into this second hole because of her ability to get out and move, her structural integrity. I'll be the first to admit I'd love to strengthen her up right there behind her shoulder, maybe relax her a nickel in terms of her loin, but that's being awful nitpicky of a female that I still think has distinct advantages in terms of her coordination off of her rear tube. A powerhouse of a female coming in 3 here, a female that's just massive in terms of her performance and weight per day of age. She's opened up in her rib shape. She's muscular in terms of her dimension that she spreads over her skeleton. I still think one of those that offers some look in terms of her ladylike feature. I question her just a little bit, maybe more relative to the 2 that left, in relation to the ones that are left, and just the way she wants to plant and drive off of her hock gets a little bit more closed up and tighter at that point. Really youthful and fresh and feminine individual young man's got coming out here next. She's just so neat, and the way her neck ties into the top of her shoulder, I love her in terms of her levelness of lines, her squareness out of her hip, where I would like to change that one, and I get critical of her, and it is some of that to do that she's fresh. I just like to give a little bit more in her lower capacity right there, say from her elbow pocket down in back into her rear rib and flank to make her a contender in this class. But I think one, in terms of skeletal design and added femininity, definitely needs to stay at this end of the class. A big powerhouse here again coming in next, and just lots of length and extension and huge topped. Where I want to get critical on this heifer is the way she gets out and goes. And some of it, again, we've been talking, Ty and I have been talking this morning. These heifer calves probably haven't been anywhere yet. She wants to get up in her top, kind of fighting the halter a little bit right there. Just wants to get too tight in her loin for me to get her up any higher. Really a neat featured individual coming in next in terms of her cleanliness and length and extension up front. The female that gives you a look of quality, but yet to me, when we get to studying her and break her down, she's one of the more closed up individuals in terms of being flatter in her rib and tighter in her heart. I get really critical on her when I get behind her. She wants to get quite a bit more tangled up in terms of her hind leg structure. She just reads to me just to be a nickel harder in terms of her overall keeping compared to those at the front end. Really petite, really a feminine individual to conclude with here today. Just one of the frailer featured individuals in this class, not only from performance, but muscle and just width and dimension. Congratulations again on an outstanding class of heifer calves.
Your top 2 out of the class right there. Excuse me just a second, Ty. We are Kyla Mather of Wilsaw, Montana in first, and Story Hereford Ranch Bozeman, Montana 553 is second. We'll make selection of our champion junior heifer calf next on the Hereford side.
Another good class of Red Angus heifer calves here. Get into our February borns, and little differences in terms of variation of sizes and types and kind, but the young lady's female that wins the class does so rather handily, just in terms of her attractiveness, especially out through her hip and her rear leg. I love this one's foot and bone that she has, and very smooth and collected there down her top line when he asked the cattle to get out and go. I'd like to change the way she plants, and like to just see her be a shot true and square when he asked the cattle to get out and go up front, but her added balance and quality there from the side is what allows her to win. I switched this pair here right at the end, and I know the heifer here in 2 is plenty skinny and very youthful there in terms of her look, but still in terms of skeletal quality, I think she has the upper hand. She's simply more balanced down her top line and out through her hip, more attractive in how she handles her rear leg when he asks the cattle to get out and go. And I do like her just balance of look from the quality from the side. I wish there was simply more of her. She needs to be bolder, more practical there in terms of her center rib and body. It needs to offer a shot more depth down through her twist there as well. The opposite end of the spectrum here is the female coming in 3, and she is beautiful there in terms of her body and her rib shape. Love that added softness and depth that she has. Like to change her in her lower joint. She gets a little coarser there in the set to her hock. Maybe make her tail head sit down and her pins just ever so slightly a little neater there as well. The dark red female going to go ahead and close our class off here. A female that's extremely stout and wide and opened up all the way through. Like her width and dimension all the way through that she has. She wants to get off in her hip when you ask the cattle to get out and go. Maybe just isn't as comfortable down her spine in terms of her movement. I'd like to change her there to get her up any higher in this class. Nice class of females. Congratulations.
In Class 4A right there, our reserve champion is Ellie Jo Merritt with tag number 247, and Adeline Martin of Missoula, Montana, going to be your class champion. Class 4B coming at you now, tag 222 from Maxim Cox of Walla Walla, Washington. Also 201 from Chad and Stacy Sutherland of Stevensville, Montana. Number 271, Red Cosmos from Redland Red Angus, and number 241, TJ Brown, Powell, Wyoming.
Out here in selection of your champion and reserve heifer calves, just a beautiful lineup of what I would call brood cows in the making, females that represent just female character and just great breeding pieces that the exhibitors have brought for our evaluation. The heifer that come out of that first class, I believe in April, I just admire that one, maybe the best on the go. That heifer is just so good in terms of her length and levelness of lines. She's incredible in the way she's built off of her hip and her hind leg, and as it meets the surface, really attractive in its set, but yet flexible right there in terms of her pasterns. Maybe I'm getting, it's my job maybe to be, I don't want to be sounding like I'm critical, but I want to give you the reason why she's not going to be one of our two champions here today, and it's just the fact for a heifer calf through the base of her chest. And I know I hate hearing people want to say they want them more tucked up in their chest because those are cattle that just aren't going to survive where we live and the way we manage them. But that one's just got just a little nickel planer in the way she's designed on the shape side of her neck and through the base of her chest right there relative to her other two contemporaries. An outstanding, that would be an April, March, come out of this next class, just beautiful in terms of her return of her rib shape, the dimension of muscle that she has, still looks so much like a lady, and then in terms of her front end and her quality, again, one of those that's built just really, really attractive. And to me, one of the harder parts of balance to generate on cattle is the way she's hooked up from hooks to pins and the way she wants to set right there off of her hock into her pasterns. Again, we get maybe a January, I believe, is that right, young lady, on this heifer calf? One of those that to me just speaks volumes of just Hereford brood cow character. I love her about her face and the shape and design of her neck, the boldness to her rib cage. I think everything blends so well. She offers so much dimension with that added look and quality. To me, she's a dominant champion in this lineup. She'll be your calf champion. Congratulations.
Congratulations to our grand champ right there. We're in tag number 552 and shown by Kyla Mather of Wilsall, Montana, your champion.
As we pull that second in, again, a female we admired for her length and extension and her mobility, her flatness in terms of her joints. Maybe not quite as stout featured as you view her down her top. Maybe gets a nickel up in her loin. I'm not telling you that she's got any structural issues, just the way she's handling herself today. To me, the one that fits the mold of making the cows like we do at home, the one out of the second class. Congratulations.
And reserve goes to Hennessy Mernon of Musselshell, Montana. Tag number 601. Congratulations.
A nice trio of February-born heifer calves here on the Red Angus side, and I do like the young mans that go ahead and start here rather handily. I think just a female. It's very attractive and well-balanced there from the side. Love just the maternal body and boldness that she has in terms of her body and her rib cage. Beautiful down her top line and out through her hip there as well. Her added intangibles in terms of structural integrity allows her to win this class rather handily for me. A little closer here between 2 and 3, and I do think the female here coming in 2 is just simply more composed and collected. When we ask the cattle to be parked and at the stand, her neck sits more appropriately on the top side of her shoulder. I like her length down her top line and just her added spread of dimension in terms of her body and rib as well. Need to set her down in terms of her tail head ever so slightly if we could. Maybe a female I'd like to just intensify her in terms of her bone and heaviness of structure, but basic fundamentals. I think her added presence of quality there allows her to surface the second within this class. No question a female here in 3rd is stouter at the surface. I like her added foot size and bone and heaviness of structure. She's a denser bodied female there that offers a shot more width and dimension up over her top and out through her hip. A little too coarse for me up front, a little plainer there about her head and her neck. From her shoulders back, a great cow prospect in the making for the young man. Congratulations.
On the Hereford side right now, we're looking at our senior heifer calves, tag 590 from Roscoe, Montana. Frank Hereford's and tag number 527 from Worley, Idaho, and Rogers Herefords. Our placings right here from class number 4B, our February heifer calves on the Red Angus side. Your class champion from Maxim Cox of Walla Walla, Washington, showing 222, and reserve of the class is going to be Red Cosmos, shown by Redland Red Angus of Hysham, Montana. We're in tag number 271. We're bringing in our January heifer calves right here. 220 from Jenna Cox of Walla Walla, Washington. 225, Eric Fettis, DKF Angus, Glenmark, Saskatchewan. 272, Redland Red Angus of Hysham, Montana. 250, Joseph Moak of Hysham, Montana. And Eric Fettis of Saskatchewan brings us tag 227. These are January heifer calves, class 5A.
Beautiful female to win this class. The gentleman's got here just so long and so feminine and extended, really sleek through that front 1/3 and laid in smooth at the top and point of her shoulder. I love her in terms of her looseness and yet levelness in terms of her top line, the squareness from hooks to pins. She's not as wide constructed and bold in terms of the heifer that's in second, but just admire that added class and balance and look that she has. Female in 2, again, she's more opened up from her shoulders back. She's bolder in her ribs. She's bigger as you view her down her top line. I read her to be more upright in the angle of her shoulder, a little more upright and a little straighter off of her rear too. And you can see that as she goes. She wants to get up in terms of her top line, but an outstanding female from a dimensional standpoint. Congratulations to those 2 exhibitors.
Reserve of the class right there. Frank Hereford's Roscoe, Montana, wearing tag number 590. And Rogers Hereford's of Worley, Idaho, is going to win the class with tag number 527. We'll bring in on the Hereford side now class number 4, senior heifer calves, August through October. Looking right here at tag number 504, Timber Billman of Rigby, Idaho. Also 580, that's a scratch, I'm sorry. Also, we're going to be looking at 582, Chloe Collins of Buffalo, Wyoming. 581, Kit Collins of Buffalo, Wyoming. And from Pindroy, Montana, David Brownell, tag number 508.
Here in the Red Angus side, a nice pair of them here in the top end of this class, and the young lady's darker red heifer's going to go ahead and lead off with, I think from her shoulders back, is awesome there in terms of her spread and width up over her top and out through her hip. Love her length out through her hip there as well, and how she handles her hip and rear leg when he asks the cattle to get out and go. Yet so robust there in terms of her center rib and her dimension and body. Like to kind of rechange how this one's kind of built up front, rearrange the way her chest floor sits in her and kind of in her shoulder. She reads a little deeper and waistier there up front, and just like to kind of elevate that ever so slightly if we could. Her extra intangibles in terms of build and structural integrity allows her to win this class rather handily here for me. Young lady's female here coming in 2. I think at the profile and at the stand, she exemplifies the same amount of quality that our class winner does in terms of being very maternal in her body and her rib, having some extra stoutness at the surface in terms of foot size and bone, heaviness of structure, and ties it together and still a very nice, high-quality, feminine kind of a look. Need to loosen her up at both ends of her skeleton if we could, make her more comfortable out of her rear skeleton and her hock when we ask the cattle to get out in motion. Really nice profiling female here coming in 2, just in terms of her length and her pattern. I like her squareness and levelness down her top line. Wish she was simply more practical there in terms of her center, rib, and body. Just needs to offer a shot more depth and softness. Nice pair of bottom females here in this class, just in terms of cattle that got some ability to put on some condition and some weight and have some extra capacity there to their bodies and their rib cage. The female here coming next is just simply offers a shot more presence in terms of her look, the way her neck sets on the top side of her blade and her smoothness down her top line. We need to change her in her lower joints if we could. Like to just see her be more attractive out through her rump and her rear leg. The young lady's female is going to go ahead and close the class off with, does have an advantage in this class in terms of weight per day of age. A female there for me, though, gets a little coarser there up front, a little plainer there about her head and her neck to get her up any higher. Nice class of females. Congratulations.
Finishing second in the class right there on the red side, tag number 220 shown by Jenna Cox of Walla Walla, Washington, and our class champion shown by Eric Fettis of Gladmar, Saskatchewan, tag number 227. We'll welcome in our January heifer calves now. Taryn Cox brings us tag number 223. Bianchi Ranches brings us 206. Flint Clatter bringing us 237 and 226 from Eric Fettis. Following this class, go to division and make selection of our junior heifer calf champion.
As we get this second class of these senior heifer calves, and Aren't these two young ladies doing an amazing job of getting these heifers shown right here? This young lady's tougher than I'll ever dream of being. That heifer standing on her foot down there for a little bit. But these two heifers are doing an incredible job of getting it presented. This young lady's heifer here just obviously bolder in terms of her rib shape. I think she's a rib or two longer in terms of her kind. Really, really fresh in the way she comes to us from a condition standpoint. Yes, we'd like to maybe reconstruct her loin and maybe off of her hind leg, but that's being awful critical of a female I still think is a dominant winner in this particular drive. Heifer that's in second here, really attractive on the stand, really up-headed and long and level. They got her presented really, really well in terms of the way getting her out here and fit. I'd like to just see more flexibility out of her hip and especially more out of her hock. I'd like to just see her picking her up and put her down her hind leg with more ease. But still, with that said, she's still toes straighter off either end and a little more coordinated than the female that's going to conclude our class. No doubt. Is she the largest scaled, most extended in terms of her kind? Absolutely. But with that added scale and elevation, we just don't have near enough mass in that lower third of her body cavity. For me, I need to see her definitely bolder and deeper in her rib. But I'm even more critical on her is where she gets out and goes. She's just too turned out up front and too uncoordinated off of her rear too to get up any higher. Congratulations.
Two in the class right there. Tag 581 from Kit Collins of Buffalo, Wyoming. And Chloe Collins out of Buffalo is going to be your class champion. And now we will go to selection of our senior champion senior heifer calf and reserve on the Hereford side. Welcome back to the show ring, all those in contention for selection.
Two total different types and kinds coming out of these two senior heifer calf classes. The gentleman's heifer out of the first class, just refined and female in terms of her character, just incredible from a balance standpoint in terms of her upheadedness, the length and levelness and softness in her lines, the squareness off of her hip and her hind leg. And there's just not near as much of her as a couple of the others out here in terms of internal dimension and capacity and muscularity, but I think one that's unparalleled from just a balance and intriguing standpoint. The heifer that's come out of that second class, just a dimensional individual, so powerful in terms of her rib shape, her muscularity, but with that, her shoulders set outside of her body cavity. I'd like to reconstruct her at the point of her loin and off of her hind leg. With that said, we're going to use the gentleman out of class 1 to be your division champion, the young lady class 2 to be your reserve.
We move into our final class here within this early spring calf division here, but I think 4 nice females here. I'll be the first to tell you, I'd like to kind of modify all these cattle structurally in a certain area, so it comes down to me as cattle that just simply put it together the best from the profile. Young lady's female up front does so rather handily there for me in terms of her attractiveness and feminine quality there up front. Still maternal in terms of her sweep to her center body, has some extra stoutness of feature in terms of offering some circumference of foot and bone there as well. Like I said, I'd like to see this female handle her front end build better when you ask the cattle to get out and go. Maybe could open her up slightly in terms of her skeletal width all the way through. But feminine maternal quality there that we like to see in our cattle here in terms of livestock and making them look like females, I think she does look like a female within this relative class. The female here coming in 2 is definitely the stouter, more robust option there. I think it's a little closer here between 2 and 3 for me. Simply, I think the heifer here in 2 had a class advantage over the heifer in 3rd in terms of her smoothness right behind her shoulder and down her top line. She's simply more comfortable there. A female there that's got plenty of depth and softness and curvature to her rib. She's a little too upright in terms of her angles at both ends of her skeleton. She wants to splay out ever so slightly when we ask the cattle to get out and go. But a nice female there in terms of having some extra stoutness, body, and mass. The female here coming in 3, kind of the story holds true here. She's without question, when he's stepping behind the cattle, the stoutest and the most opened up in terms of her skeletal width all the way through. She offers the most curvature to her upper rib. She's a little too coarse and round there for me about her shoulder. I'd like to see this female be a shot more ladylike in terms of the shape to her head and the shape to her neck. Really dark red female here you're going to go ahead and close the class off with, and I love just her smoothness down her top line. I love her long and how level she is out through her hip. I wish she was simply a shot more practical there in terms of her center rib and body. Nice class of females there. Congratulations.
1 and 2 in the class right there. Second goes to Bianchi Ranches of Gilroy, California. Tag number 206. And Taryn Cox of Walla Walla, Washington. Tag number 223. Going to be your class champion. Welcome back to the show ring now. All those in contention for selection of Junior Heifer Calf Champion on the Hereford side. Our champion senior heifer calf turned out to be from Hereford, Roger Herefords of Worley, Wyoming. Tag 527. And reserve was Chloe Collins of Buffalo, Wyoming. We right now are looking at a double entry here in class number 6, early summer yearling females. Cash Billman of Rigby, Idaho, bringing us tag 501, and Adeline Grace Blankenship, West Burlington, New York, 505.
Really dominant winner right here. The young man's got to us, bringing us this little freckle-faced heifer. I think just incredible in terms of the way that she's so fresh for her age. I love the sleekness through that front 1/3. She's laid in good at her shoulder. The boldness and depth to her rib shape and design. You get underneath her and study her from a production standpoint in terms of her udder development. Just incredible. And I project her into production. Super sound as she goes. Again, a dominant. This is an automatic division of these intermediates. Young, take nothing away from the young lady's heifer that's in here in second. So extended from her shoulders forward. We love the capacity that she has from the boldness of her body. Probably just doesn't fit proportionally and not as quite as square and level in her kind. We'd like to strengthen her up a nickel right behind her blade. Where I want to reconstruct her would be from her hip off of her hind leg. Just give her a little more power, a little more authority and flexibility right there from hock down into the ground.
They're going to be your reserve champion intermediate yearling females as well as champion. And in reserve is going to be Cash Billman of Rigby, Idaho. And the champion intermediate female goes to Adeline Grace Blankenship, tag number 505. We'll go right now to class number 7 on the Hereford side. We've got 3 entries here. Actually, we've got a site more than 3. Got a bunch of them. They're coming in right here. Tag number 525 from Cane Creek Cattle Company. From Wilson Good Cattle, tag number 579. Danny Hess of Park City, Montana, 418. Tag number 575 from Lexi Wickman of Moore, Montana. From Wyatt Wickman of Moore, Montana, 577. 515 from Julie Figoni of Gilroy, California. Frank Herefords of Roscoe, Montana, 592. Gene Stillhan of Cheyenne, Wyoming, 549. Ashton Schmelzer of Glendive, Montana, 544. And Frank Herefords, Roscoe, Montana, 591.
Over here on the Red Angus side, a very nice division here of January, February born calves, and a little bit of variance in terms of size and scale and just differences in terms of types and kinds out here, but still quality cattle through and through out here within this division, I do feel. Young ladies, female that won that first class, I mean, she definitely does have the advantage in terms of weight per day of age out here, but she's a female still that's very balanced in terms of her look, in terms of her strength and levelness down her top line and out through her rump. Very beautiful in terms of the set to her rear leg when you ask the cattle to get out and go. I do say I would like to change this one up front if we could, make her a shot more ladylike and more youthful in the shape to her head, the shape to her neck, and at the same time, like to change her and just allow her to be a shot more relaxed in terms of her angles, as she'll be more comfortable there when you ask the cattle to get out and go. I think the female here out of the second class offers a tremendous amount of quality in terms of feminine quality about her lady being so ladylike there in terms of her head and the shape to her neck. I really like how this female just transitions from her shoulder into her body cavity. I think she's beautiful there in terms of her lower 1/3 of her body in terms of width and dimension all the way through. Very good in how she handles her hip and hind leg and her structure when you ask the cattle to get out and go. If I'm going to be extra critical of this one, I wish her top of her blade was just a shot neater. I wish she would come together just a nickel better there in the way her neck sets on the top side of her neck. I wish it would just come directly out of the top side of her shoulder. But in terms of fundamentals, in terms of structure and build, and still tying it together in terms of a high quality look, I think that female's got a lot of good. The female here out of the third class, I think she's probably as impressive as anything out here from her shoulders back and being so robust there in terms of her forerib shape and center rib and body. Love the stoutness out through her hip and how wide she is out through her pins. Handles it extremely well out of her hip and rear leg when you ask a cattle to get out and go. Like I stated in class, like to reconstruct her lower one shoulder on this one if we could. Elevate her up through her chest floor. Maybe just allow that shoulder to be a little flatter and smoother there along her body cavity there as well. Maybe like to just make her just be a shot lady-like in terms of her skull and the shape to her head. But man, just really commanding out here in terms of her stoutness and power and width all the way through. The young lady's female, again, like I said in that last class, I'd kind of like to change all those cattle structurally at both ends of the skeleton. I thought she was a logical class winner there, and just in terms of her balance and quality and feminine quality, especially about her head and the shape to her neck, transitions extremely well from her shoulder into her body cavity there as well, and is attractive in her rear leg when he asks the cattle to be parked in at the stand. A little deeper chested, needs to be more comfortable there in a set to her knee and her front end when he asks the cattle to get out and go. But a very nice lineup here of January, February born heifers. I'm going to take one more look, and we'll get you a champion reserve in this division. Congratulations.
Congratulations to our reserve right there. Tag number 261, shown by Adeline Martin of Missoula, Montana. And number 222 is our champ, Maxim Cox of Walla Walla, Washington. On the Red Angus side, we're going to move to a single entry right here in winter heifer calves. Going to look at one from Rafter C. Reds of Clarkson, Washington, tag number 270. This will be your fall calf champion on the Red Angus side, class number 9, 264, a single entry there as well from Cambry Murray. And that's going to be your intermediate champ, class 10, just a couple out.
Just a single entry here on the Red Angus side, but a really maternal cowie, kind of a female here coming next that just in terms of brood cow fundamentals, I like a great deal about her. Very attractive there in terms of her balance down her top line and out through her rump. Very sound and athletic, especially out of her rear skeleton there. Maybe like to just change her in her jawline ever so slightly. Maybe like to see her shoulder just be a little flatter and smoother there up front, but a very nice brood cow in the prospect here. Congratulations.
Entry right there, nice single entry, and it's going to be also your fall calf champion. That is tag number 270 from Rafter C. Reds of Clarkson, Washington. We'll bring in tag number 264 right here, looking into summer yearling heifer. This one brought to us by Cambry Murray of Lebanon, Oregon. And this will be your intermediate calf champ as well. Class 10, single entry, you are on deck, 205, Kate Barney, Klamath Falls, you're next out. Bringing these.
Very nice single entry here again on the Red Angus side. A Mayborn heifer here that could sure stand a lot more competition. And just, man, she's beautiful here from the side and from the profile. I love the way her neck sets on the top side of her blade. And just her added length on her top line, her length out through her rump, I really, really appreciate. Just added the length of body and extension that she has. And still maintains it with having some skeletal width all the way through. Maintains it with some upper curvature to her body and her rib cage. I think a female that's very nice from the profile there. Maybe just like to see her be a shot more comfortable there when he asks the cattle to get out and go. Beautiful profile female, though, to go ahead and win this division. Congratulations.
Again, a very impressive single entry right there. Number 264, that'll be your intermediate champion, and we'll move on to Class 10 now here on the red side. Number 205, Kate Barney, Klamath Falls, Oregon. Bring it in tag 205. Class 11, you're going to be on deck. Please be ready. 215, Naomi Brist, Emma Brist with 211, and Cage Kennington with 239.
Again, another single entry here in the Red Angus side. April-born heifer here that, boy, she's really nice at the stand. I like this one's just quality and just she screams cow power all the way through. Love her boldness and just her practicality there in terms of her rib. And I like her size and her moderation. Just everything matches on that heifer if you study her at the surface in terms of foot size and bone and density there, but yet tying it together with true skeletal width and power all the way through and still being elite there in terms of her look from the side. Very nice single entry here, young man. Congratulations.
Congratulations again right there on our red side to Kate Barney of Klamath Falls with a single entry champ right there at 205. That'll range to Class 11. Welcome in the following. Naomi Brist of Kyla, Montana with tag number 215. Also Emma Brist of Kyla with 211. 239, Cage Kennington, Central Point, Oregon. Going to round out the class, and we will select our senior intermediate champion following this class. So if you are in contention for selection of senior intermediate champion or reserve, please be ready. We're going to welcome you back in here momentarily.
Very nice, high-quality female to go ahead in this class here on the Red Angus females. And not only is she just the best in terms of her built and skeletal quality, but she is by some margin the most attractive there about her head and the shape to her neck. Still has plenty of body and rib shape to go along with that. Has some width and dimension as well, maybe not just the stoutest female we've seen here today, but I really love just her balanced look in terms of quality here from the profile. We'll break her down a little more here in this division coming up, but a very nice class winner here to go ahead and win this division, or win this class, excuse me. The dark red female here coming next from her shoulders back is just overwhelming in terms of body, mass, and volume and density there. She maybe at times for me just gets a little too upright in her angles about her hock and in the set to her pastern. I like to clean her up there through her chest floor as well and just kind of tone her down in terms of her condition. The young lady female that's going to go ahead and close the class off here for us has got some length of body and extension. She offers some spread and width up over her top. A female there for me. I like to see her be a shot more attractive out of her rump when he asks the cattle to get out and go. And this needed her to be simply a shot more comfortable there down her spine when we asked the cattle to get out in the lead. Nice trio of females there. Congratulations.
Finishing second out of that class on the red side, Emma Brist of Kyla, Montana. Tag 211, and Cage Kennington of Central Point, Oregon is your class champ with tag number 239. We'll welcome back all those in contention for selection at division for our senior intermediate champion.
Very good division over here on the Red Angus side, and I think both these heifers have an immense amount of quality about them. There's some subtle differences between the pair, a little different in terms of their type and kind. The heifer out of the April class I thought was very good there. Excuse me, just in terms of her moderation and stoutness and power and just how genuine that female is all the way through. And I think genuine's a great word for her. She's so real there in terms of her body and rib, real in terms of her skeletal width and muscularity as it lays on her, but she's not too much anywhere. She still looks like a lady here from the profile, still offers a tremendous amount of feminine quality there up front. Does she want to get a little weak there down in her loin? Does she maybe just plant perfect there up front when he asks the cattle to get out and go? No, but I don't call her unsound by any means. I still think that's a quality animal there that has has a tremendous amount of good. The real kind of different one out here is the heifer here coming in the next class here, really long-bodied and extended, and really like her added feminine quality there about her head and the shape to her neck. She's beautiful there from the side just in terms of her presentation and the way she looks there in terms of her hair coat, and just I like the look and the balance of that female. This female is a little deceiving at times. She reads when you're standing still to be super sound and comfortable there out of her front end just when they're parked and at the stand. She probably gets a bit more uncoordinated for me when he asks the cattle to get out and go. She wants to roll out of her shoulder and kind of get a little pigeon-toed there up front, but a female I think that's got a tremendous amount of good and quality in terms of balance. Young man out of the first class needs to be our division winner, though. Very high quality female. Young man out of the second class will be reserved.
Congratulations to our senior intermediate champion there, tag number 205, Kate Barney of Klamath Falls, Oregon. And our reserve congratulations going to Gage Kennington of Central Point, Oregon. We'll welcome in class number 12. I'm going to read the numbers real quickly here. 248, 229, 221, 240, 244, and 265. These are February junior yearling heifers.
Really high quality class of this junior yearling class of these Hereford heifers. We're going to use the young ladies heifer here in front of us. I think a great pair of them here that complement each other very, very well. But when you get to go comparing them back and forth, I still think the heifer the young ladies got, not only is she a little longer, but she's sleeker about the shape and design of her neck. Her shoulder lays into her body a little bit better. I do think she's fuller back to her forerib, maybe definitely more coordinated off of her hind leg. But that takes nothing away from these heifers. Are both a massive and pulled apart and very dimensional and huge in terms of their rib shape and design. The gentleman's heifer there, again, just a nickel staler in terms of the way she's made over her neck. Where I get critical on her is you get in behind her, maybe just at the set of her point of her hock right there. Not quite as coordinated as the female ahead of her. We like the udder development that she has, a female that's really sound as she gets out and fills her tracks. Young lady coming in next here, this was our champion merit heifer yesterday, and I want to again give her that recognition. She's done an incredible job. That was a donation heifer to her, and she's managed that heifer and done a great job. I think you won showmanship in that project as well yesterday. Young lady's doing a great job, and that heifer's just so fundamentally correct. She's incredible about her added femininity, the boldness to her body. The female can get out and stride and go. A female I think is appropriate in terms of her condition. There's just not as much of her when you relate her back to those two class winners, but a female that's going to make an incredible prospect, breed cow and a foundation for that young lady's herd going forward. I love the femininity, the length and levelness, the upheadedness, and her squareness from hooks to pins. This heifer here next, she's very flexible and drives off of a really neat and attractive hind leg. There's two things. This heifer's pushing a little added condition through her chest, and that carries back into her udder and concerns me a little bit. But with that added condition, I don't think that Shed heifer's got enough true red meat in her. I'd like to just see her more stoutened up as you view her from down her top and out of her hip and stifle to stifle. We need to, for all that added look and female character and femininity, need just a shot more true dimension. Heifer coming in next probably has that. She's a little more opened up. She's bolder in terms of her rib shape and design. She just doesn't piece together in terms of her balance near enough, neat enough for me. She's plainer and crestier about that front 1/3 and through the base of her chest. I'd like to reconstruct her right there at the point of her loin, out of her tail head and off of her hind leg as she goes, but fundamentally got some neat pieces. Female that's a little more elevated in her kind and her scale and her size. I love her in terms of her levelness of line. She is just so good. She's read her to be fresh over her shoulder blade, but she is so level and so square from hooks to pins. Got an attractive hind leg. I'd like to see it go with more coordination. I'd just like to see more internal capacity down low. This heifer there's pieces of this heifer that are class leading, but then there's that just don't fit together. I kind of refer to one like this as committee made. She's really opened up at the top and point of her shoulder, yet I'd like to see more forerib, see her stronger in behind her blade. She gives you a good look at times, but when she gets out on the go, she gets up underneath herself and just gets too piecey for me. The young lady, the heifer that's going to conclude this class, again, significantly staler in her design. We'd like to freshen her up from a femininity standpoint through that front 1/3 and give her a look of more quality and balance.
Congratulations to our reserve champion intermediate heifer calf right there. That'll go to Wilson Good Cattle Company with tag number 579. And our champion from Cane Creek Cattle of Glenham, South Dakota, tag number 525. Congratulations. That is going to roll us over to our junior yearling females. Coming up right here, we got 3 entries, 3 in the class right here. These are January and February's. Tag 514 from Sutter Danicus of Woodland, California. Story Hereford Ranch of Bozeman, Montana, bringing us 554. And Kaylin Weber, of Shoshone, Wyoming, brings us tag 570. This will be a division class as well.
I think a very good pair of Red Angus females on the top end of this January heifer class, and I'm going to be the first to tell you both these cattle here, I need to change them structurally for me at both ends of their skeletons, and had some subtle differences from there. So with that being said, I kind of call structure a wash here, and I'm going to judge them at the stand. And the young man's, I think, is just so demanding there in terms of her mass and her volume and her boldness there in terms of her body and her rib. Stepping behind the cattle, she's ultra impressive in terms of how wide and constructed she is. They're opened up, matches there in terms of her bone work and stoutness of feature. Like I said in class, or like I stated here earlier, that she gets a little too coarse and round there for me at her shoulder. She wants to get a little bit more restricted there in her hock when you do ask the cattle to get out and go. But very beautiful profiling female that has a lot of unique qualities. The female here coming in second, I think, is very unique in some areas. The way her neck sets probably on the top side of her neck is a little better than the female that wins the class. At the stand, she's probably a little bit shot more attractive there in her hock and her pastern setting. But this female, for me, at times, she wants to just kind of fall apart when we ask the cattle to get out and go. She wants to get outside of herself and kind of roll out of her front end when we ask the cattle to get out and go as she gets a little pigeon-toed. A female there at times, too. She wants to get off in her rump when you ask the cattle to get out and set in motion. And he's stepping behind the cattle of this pair. She's not as opened up and genuine in terms of her skeletal width all the way through relative to our class winner, but a very nice, beautiful profiling female there in terms of having a big, bold center rib body, being very maternal there in terms of her look. I just wish she tied everything together a nickel better and we could just stouten her up from behind ever so slightly. A nice female here coming here next, and I just like her smoothness in terms of her balance and quality there from the side. Still very feminine and ladylike there up front. She wants to deviate down her spine when you ask the cattle to get out and go. Tapers more in terms of her width all the way through when you stepping behind the cattle. Probably a female that's a shot stouter, more intensified there at the surface is the dark red female here coming next. Bigger footed, stouter featured kind of a female. She's bold in terms of her body shape as well. Too plain for me about her head and her shape to her neck. Gets a little too coarse and waisty there up front. Young lady's female here coming next has a tremendous amount of body capacity and volume and mass all the way through. Like to tone her down in terms of her condition and change this one at the surface in terms of her foot size and foot quality there as well. A nice moderate female goes ahead and closes this class off here for us. She's big and practical there in terms of her center rib and body. She's entirely too plain and need to reconstruct her out of her front end ever so slightly if we could. A nice class of females there. Congratulations.
Reserving the class right there. Congratulations due to Cambry Murray of Lebanon, Oregon. Tag number 265 and our class champion, Cage Kennington, Central Point, Oregon, with tag number 240. Going to welcome in our January junior yearling heifers right here. We got 3 to look at. Number 203 from Sutherland, Chad A. and Lacey of Stevensville, Montana. Also 252 from Ella Murray of Lebanon, Oregon. And from Millipernick, Gilroy, California, tag number 268. Following this, we'll make selection of our junior champion in reserve.
An outstanding trio of these junior yearling heifers, and two really high quality ones on the front end, and with them amongst the pair of them, I still don't know that I consider it to be close. I love the young man's heifer, not only, and both of them are really good in terms of their front end quality and female character, but from their back, I think the young man's heifer here with the noselead is just unparalleled with that added dimension of muscle and power. I think she's longer spined. I think she's square from hooks to pins, but she just offers so much more in terms of just power and product and dimension. Maybe not quite as soft back into her flank as this heifer that's in 2, but that's being awful nitpick of a really high quality individual. The gentleman's heifer that's in 2 here, again, super sound structured, really ladylike in her feature, beautiful in terms of her rib shape and design. I admire her in terms of her udder quality. Where I wanted to change that one, it'd be from her hooks back. I just want to make her more opened up. I want to see her stouter, more powerfully constructed from hooks to pins, and she tapers down into her stifle right there. And that's where I'd want to change that one. Young lady, you just got in a tough class here. This heifer's fine. She's long. She's extended and level. I'd like to reconstruct her maybe a nickel in terms of her movement and the way she handles her hind leg, but that's being awful nitpicky and a really high quality individual. Congratulations to all.
Our reserve champion junior yearling female right there going to Story Hereford Ranch. Story Hereford Ranch at 554, and our champion at junior yearling female is going to be 514 Sutter Danicus of Woodland, California. Congratulations. That is going to bring us on our Hereford side to class number 9. We're going to welcome in tag number 506. These are August to December calves of 2023. Adeline Grace Blankenship of West Burlington, New York, as well as 566 in J.W. Herefords of Sheridan, Wyoming.
A nice pair of them here to close out our junior yearling division here, and I think 2 very nice females here at the profile. They both offer some quality here in terms of being very ladylike and feminine there in terms of their look. I think there's simply one that's just a nickel better in terms of her movement when he asks the cattle to get out and go, and the young lady here in front does. I think she's simply more comfortable down her spine and offers more reach and flexibility out of her rear skeleton when he asks the cattle to get out and go. A female I think that still balances up relatively nice. Could offer just a shot more boldness to her forerib shape and a little stoutness and power there when he's stepping behind the cattle. Beautifully presented though, and offers a very nice look there from the side. Young lady, I like this female here in 2 standing still. I know she's got a little bit of chest and maybe a shot more condition there up through her lower chest floor and her brisket there, but standing still, I love her body shape and this maternal sweep to her rib. Really got a tremendous amount of width up over her hip and out through her pins. I like that added stoutness and curvature, especially down through her lower quarter as well, and yet she's still feminine and ladylike in terms of her shape to her head and then the shape on the top side of her neck. I wish she just handled her structure better when we asked the cattle to get out and go. She wants to get more uncoordinated out of her hip and rear skeleton. I just wish she was simply more comfortable there, but a nice pair of them here. Congratulations.
Reserve of the class right there going to Mila Pernick of Gilroy, California, tag 268, and our class champion is going to be Ella Murray of Lebanon, Oregon, tag number 252. Welcome back now all those in contention for selection of junior champion and reserve junior champion.
Got 2 entries out here in selection of this class, and they will automatically be your 2 senior champions, and total different types and kinds and molds. To go over them real briefly here, and then we'll select your champion and reserve. The young ladies heifer here, I think, just super attractive. They got her ready to be here in terms of that added mass and substance, and I think one that's unique in terms of the way she's built off of her hip, the added flexibility that she has off of her hind leg, the cushion there at the ground in terms of her pastern. She wouldn't be able to do that with her hind leg right there that far back if she wasn't sound, yet maintain that levelness of lines. And I got one major reservation here with her, and it's the most important trait in production is reproduction, and we got to get this one close to Kevin to make that's what makes this so close, I guess, in my mind. I'd like to see that one bagged up. I know, in terms of Kevin windows and a cow herd, that's what drives me. The heifer and it will be second in reserve. This heifer we had got to admire in terms of her udder and her beautiful bag, doing a nice job with that heifer calf. She is so long and level, feminine and laid in smooth at the point of her shoulder. She's just obviously not been managed to the extent that the heifer that wins this class and division is, but we have to admire her because there's a lot more of them in the world that look like this than the other one in terms of production and fertility. That added soundness of structure, that female's got cushion and ability to last forever in terms of her added longevity. Congratulations to these breeders. Outstanding set of senior yearlings.
Congratulations to your reserve champ right there. NJW Hereford's of Sheridan, Wyoming, tag number 566. And your champion senior yearling heifer is going to go to Adeline Grace Blankenship of West Burlington, New York, with tag number 507. And now, welcome back to the show ring, all those in contention for selection of Grand Champion and Reserve Grand Champion heifer.
Here on the Red Angus side, a very nice division over here, and I'm not going to go back through and describe these cattle again, but I think there's still a pair of them that simply need to stay together, that offer more uniqueness in terms of look, quality, and balance, yet they're cattle that are very practical and stout in their type and kind, like the two out of the first class to stay together, be champion and reserve. Congratulations.
Congratulations to your reserve junior champion right there. That is Cambry Murray of Lebanon, Oregon with tag 265, and your champion, Gage Kennington, Central Point, Oregon, tag number 240. And that'll bring us on the Red Angus side to a couple of single entry classes right here. We'll welcome in right now class number 14, a single entry from Bianchi Ranches of Gilroy, California, tag number 207. This will then be your senior champion. And from there, we'll drop down to 16. Going to be 2-year-old cow with calf. Take 215 from Madison, 214, excuse me, from Madison Brist of Kila, Montana.
Just a single entry here in this senior yearling division here on the Red Angus side. A really stout, powerful made kind of a female that's got so much width and spread and just sheer power and mass all the way through. I'd like to change her at the surface if we could, just in terms of her foot size and foot quality there, maybe stouten her up in her bone ever so slightly as well. But a nice, stout, powerful made female there. Congratulations.
That senior champion coming to you from Bianchi Ranches of Gilroy, California. We're going to bring in now a cow-calf pair on a Red Angus side from Madison Brist of Kila, Montana. Tag number 214, this will be your cow-calf champion. Following this class, we will make selection of our Grand Champion Open Female and Reserve. All those in contention for selection, please be ready.
Just another single entry here in the Red Angus side in this cow-calf pair division here. Cow's doing an awesome job and has a beautiful heifer calf here at side. And in terms of a female, it's still got some feminine quality to her and balance and type and kind there. I think the cow is a nice, practical made kind of a female. Like I'd like to, my biggest thing is I'd like to change her in terms of her udder structure there, make her just more appropriate there in terms of her forequarter. But a female there that I think's got a nice balanced look and a nice single entry here. Congratulations.
Awfully nice pair right there. Class number 16 from Madison Brist of Kila, Montana. Going to be your class champion and your cow-calf champion. And that'll bring us right now to selection of our Open Champion Female. Grand Champion Open Female and Reserve here on the Red Angus side. If you are in contention for selection of the aforementioned, welcome to the show ring and good luck.
An outstanding lineup as we get in over here, a selection of your champion and reserve Hereford females. And we had to start it off right down here with this heifer calf, and I do think she's one of maybe the three contenders out here in my mind. I think that heifer does so many good things right in terms of her added femininity and freshness, from her shoulders forward, the boldness to her rib cage and design, the amount of mass and dimension that she has, but yet looks so smooth in terms of her pattern and her balance, and admire her at the ground in terms of her structural integrity. I think truly, honestly, one of the contenders in this particular lineup. The senior heifer calf out of that division we admired in terms of her length and extension. She's so refined up front and long and loose and level in her top line, so square from hooks to pins. Got an incredible hind leg set here on the stand. I would like to loosen that one up a nickel as she goes. I would definitely like to pull her apart in terms of her rib shape and her added dimension. Another one of the contenders, the young man's got here to me, but broadside to me, I think, just huge centered and bold bodied, really extended from her shoulders forward, just gives you the look of a soft, practical, easy doing kind of a brood cow. Got a good udder development coming underneath there in terms of her added spacing. Again, maybe not just as the extras of a couple of these others out here in terms of, and some of it's just his disadvantage to his size. He can't maybe get her head pulled up, but she's just not quite as sleek right there on the side and the base of her neck and chest. The young ladies heifer coming out of what would have been our maybe junior yearling division, I believe. These two heifers here, again, a very close pair of them. Just so stout and massive and bold and deep, and just so much true substance to those cattle. The differences is in the one we used here, not only is she longer and sleeker about her front 1/3 and the laid in neater at the point of her shoulder, but this heifer can get out and go and drive with so much flexibility off her rear hock. Now, I think you get her back out here, maybe she's not, to me, what I would call cowy, maybe not as full back into that rear rib and flank and that udder area as some of these others, but a female is going to make it be an incredible breeding piece. Probably one of the longest spined individuals in our lineup here. The gentleman's got broadside to me. I mean, she is just, not only is she up-headed, but from her top of her blade over her hooks to her pins, she is one of the most extended females, and we all know that that's where added scale weight comes from. I love her in terms of her pattern, her balance. She's neat at her shoulders. She's cool and really neat from her transition into her rib. Really, really long in terms of her hip. I'd maybe want to reconstruct her just a nickel right there at the surface in terms of her hoof size and shape, but again, being very nitpicky of a very high quality dominant individual. I think we get to this end, and you get this heifer back out here, and she just gets overwhelming in terms of her true dimension and size and scale. For one that's that massive in terms of her dimension, she's so loose in terms of her skeleton. And I, you know, some people would say, well, she might be broke behind her shoulder. Well, I would rather them be like this all day long, because this allows them to get up and be flexible and pick their feet up, their shoulder, their hind leg. And again, if I had one reservation about her, I'd love to see a coupon like the pair that's right beside her over here. But that you can't. Things happen in terms of hauling these cattle around the country. I know that you know, our family does the same thing. So with that said, again, we want to thank all of you guys from across the globe being here today, supporting your Hereford breed. You guys are in good hands with Jack, Angie, and Shane. Jack up here, guys. We welcome you to the States. I hope you enjoy your time here. I'll go out and select you a pair of champions. If you would, congratulate these breeders.
Congratulations to your grand champion right there, Adeline Grace Blankenship, with tag number 507 from West Burlington, New York.
Well, over here on the Red Angus side, we're getting into our champion lineup here as well, and just been an outstanding show here, I think, from top to bottom. And it's always kind of nice to get back in your roots here, where your operation is at home, and sorting that kind of cattle and evaluating them. It makes it a lot of fun, and it's been a lot of fun this late morning, early afternoon, whatever time it is, to kind of get back through here and just evaluate these cattle. And I think they're doing it represents the breed extremely well. And I will say this: I've judged a few breeds, and I'm just my my hat's off to these breeders out here in these western states for bringing a high-quality set of cattle and lineup and a lot of depth in all these classes as well. So my hat's all you western state breeders out here bringing an outstanding set of cattle here to this Red Angus show. So it's been a lot of fun to sort through. I'm not going to go back through and describe all the cattle. I felt like I did enough of my due diligence there and within their respective classes and divisions. I do think there's a female out here, though, for me, that just combines a lot of good, high-quality things in terms of freshness, being very genuine and square in terms of their build, and yet they got some sheer power and mass. And I'm a big believer in that. Like these cattle in the show ring, we like them as good looking as anything from the side. And I'll be the first to tell you, I'm a sucker for a good-headed, good-necked one that's about as cool as you can make them from the profile. But at the same time, we need to make cattle that have some stoutness, they have some practicality to them, and I think this lineup of Red Angus cattle definitely exemplifies that out here. So with that being said, I know we got a bull show here yet to go through. Been a lot of fun to work through the Red Angus show here. I know we're in great hands, and can't thank her enough, Erin Dorsey, for being ahead of the Red Angus operations there on the show cattle end of it. Thank you, Erin, for all you do for all these juniors, and it's truly a high-class event. So with that being said, we'll get you a champion reserve out of here. Congratulations.
Hereford side, Adlin Grace Blankenship wins reserve as well with tag number 505. And here on the Red Angus side, congratulations going to Kate Barney of Klamath Falls, Oregon. He is going to be your grand champion female. Tag number 205. And tag number 240, Cage Kennington, Central Point, Oregon, going to be our reserve champion there. Congratulations to each one. And with that, we're going to get into the bull show. On our Hereford side, going to welcome in class number 11 right here. Class number 11. These are spring bull calves coming to us the 1st of March through the end of June. Looking at tag number 546 from Gene Stillhand of Cheyenne, Wyoming. Also number 536 from Largent & Sons of Casey, Wyoming. Largent & Sons also bring us 537. Gene Stillhand bringing us tag number 550 out of Cheyenne, Wyoming. Lexi Egbert of Fairfield, Montana with 587. Crew Egbert of Fairfield brings us 586. Jesse DeBay of Belgrade, Montana, 584. Harrison Mernon of Muscle Shell, Montana, bringing 519. Hennessy Mernon of Muscle Shell bringing 521. And David Brownell of Pendroy, Montana, tag number 510. On our Red Angus side, as we prepare for our bull show, we'll welcome in class number 19, April Bull Calves coming at you right here. Got a pair of entries, number 209 from Bullis Creek Ranch of Wood Lake, Nebraska. And number 279 from Walking T Genetics of Joliet, Montana, 209 and 279. Good luck.
So we move into our Red Angus Bull Show here. I think a pair of extremely good, growthy, high-performing April bull calves here, and I like the dark red bull to go ahead and win. I think just his balance and in terms of look and quality there from the side, and just his added presence there, the way his neck sets on the top side of his blade, allows him to win this class here for me. Just a real masculine-made kind of a bull. He's maybe not as stout and opened up as the bull directly behind him. It's his skeletal quality, though, is what allows him to win this class here for me. No question, the upper hand in terms of stoutness and power and width is the bull here coming in two. Love his body shape, and I love his stoutness all the way through. Like to change him at the surface in terms of just simply being more comfortable there in his lower joints, maybe offer a shot more stoutness of foot and bone to match the relative stoutness that he has in terms of sheer power and mass up high. Nice pair of bulls. Congratulations.
Reserve of the class goes to Bullis Creek Ranch of Wood Lake, Nebraska, tag number 209, and Walking T Genetics of Joliet, Montana, wins our April bull calf class with tag number 279. That's going to bring us to our March bull calves. Another pair of entries right here. This one, 236 from K-Bar Ranch of Central Point, Oregon, and from Bullis Creek Ranch of Wood Lake, Nebraska, tag number 210. Look at a pair of March calves right here. Make our selection for Spring Calf Champion following this class on the red side.
A nice pair of bulls here, going to leave them the way they came in on the Red Angus side here, and I do like this dark red March calf just in terms of being very well balanced and just complete in terms of his look and his type and kind. Beautiful body, beautiful shape. I liked his presence and just his arrogance that he has there up front. I think he's a bull that's really good there down his top line and out through his hip. Nice profiling bull there to go ahead and lead us off. A very nice, stout, moderate-made bull here comes in two, and I like his added body and shape and just muscularity all the way through. He's a little coarser and deeper there through his chest. Need to maybe stouten this one up at the surface if we could ever so slightly. Excuse me. A nice pair of bulls here. Congratulations.
In reserve of the class right there, Bullis Creek Ranch, Wood Lake, Nebraska, tag number 210, and K-Bar Ranch of Central Point, Oregon is your class champ. We'll tag 236. We'll bring in now those in contention for selection of Spring Calf Champion. February bull calves got a single entry right there. You're going to be on deck. Take 266, Cambry Murray.
Another nice division over here on the Red Angus side of it, and I think there's a pair of bulls that are just simply better in terms of their skeletal makeup and quality there. They offer a shot more look and just presence and style. I think there's a bull that simply ups the ante and how he just ties everything together with his added arrogance out here in terms of his look and presence and style from the side. Young man out of Class 2 will be our division champion. Young lady out of Class 1 will be reserved. Congratulations.
Congratulations to our reserve right there from Walking T Genetics. Tag number 279. And our Spring Calf champion from K-Bar Ranch of Central Point, Oregon. Tag number 236 will be our Spring Calf champion. We'll welcome in a single entry right here on the Red Angus side. This is a February bull calf from Cambry Murray of Lebanon, Oregon. Tag number 266. January bull calves on the Reds. A single entry right there as well from Flint Cattler of Indian Head, Saskatchewan, and Deep Lake Land and Livestock of Indian Head.
Just another single entry here, a February born bull. I like his size and just his scale and his added performance out here. beautiful in terms of just his added length of body, and I like his head and just the shape to his neck there as well. Looks like he's going to be a great bull prospect there in the making as well. Has some practicality and doability about his body and his rib shape there as well. Plenty of shape and masculinity all the way through. Nice single entry. Congratulations.
Excellent single entry right there again from Camry Murray of Lebanon, Oregon, class number 21. We're going to bring in a January bull calf here on the Red Show. Tag number 238, and from there, make selection of junior calf champion.
Really high quality class of these bulls, and they're going to start with this young lady's bull is the one we're starting with. This young lady just super long and extended. Love how conservatively marked he is in terms of his red goggle eyes. He's red nearly to the ground. Really fresh. I actually read this bull to be one of the greener in the lineup, but he offers so much added length and extension from his shoulders forward. He's got such a good turn to a shape and squareness to his muscle down his top over his loin and out of his upper hip. Again, just envision him as a big bull as we put more weight per day of age on him and put more pounds on him because his structure is incredible. His reach out of his shoulder, his flexibility out of his hip and out of his hock gets him to the nod in this class. Now, the bull in two, just extremely robust in his rib shape, really got a great curvature out of his spine, big top, big ended individual, maybe just a shot planer through his front 1/3. My critique about him would be he's not as long as our class winner, maybe just not quite as neat about his sheath as well, but I read him to be a really, really good herd bull prospect in the making. Youngest bull in the class here, the gentleman's got, and I think a bull that's done very, very well. From a weight per day of age, I read as much future in this one as any. He's so neat and extended from his shoulders forward. He's so tight and clean about his sheath. He's another one of those we admire about his structure and his softness as he meets the surface, his ability to get out and go. Young lady brings this one with a little more white on him. He's a little plainer about his sheath and just perfect in my mind, but he is still offers so much muscularity, so much balance here from the profile. I think he's in this particular spot because his shoulders don't necessarily fit into him in terms of his rib. Maybe like to either expand him in terms of his forerib and his heart or lay his shoulders back into his skeleton, but that's being awful nitpicky to me. Those four bulls are right there are just outstanding, or five, whatever that was. Another one that's really long, really extended, super level in his kind, I think, and relative to those contenders up front, one that's just not nearly as expansive as we read him down in his lower third of his body. I'd like to see him fuller, wider, bolder, and his forerib back into his flank to be in contention. The next pair of bulls, the two young kids got here, bulls that are practical, fresh, youthful, just a little piece here in the way they're built today in terms of their balance. I'm not calling them bad cattle. I just say today where they're at in their maturity pattern and from a management standpoint, bulls that maybe don't fit together in terms of their smoothness. I'd like to take the young man's bull and suck his shoulders again back into him or make him bolder in terms of his rib shape to go with that added shoulder. Here, the next three bulls, we've got critical issues on the ground, and maybe more so with the bottom two. This bull gets a little tighter in his spine, a little more uncoordinated off of his hind leg. But these two bulls here are beyond where I would consider probably acceptable from my mind. We just got to get those cattle looser in their spine and get out and have more reach and flexibility to have the longevity that I desire out of a herd bull. Congratulations.
Congratulations to our top two in the class right there. Hennessy Mernon of Muscle Shell, Montana. Your class champion is Chesney DeBay of Belgrade, Montana. We're going to bring in now our junior bull calves. Coming right here, we do have one scratch in this class. That'll leave us 572. Kaylin Weber of Shoshone, Wyoming, up 523. Make a notice of Immigrant, Montana, 571. Kaylin Weber of Shoshone, Wyoming. And Story Hereford Ranch at Bozeman, Montana brings us 556.
Over here on the Red Angus side, these were two single entries. We haven't talked about the young man's dark red bull here, but a bull that's very masculine in there in terms of his look, and I like his just shape and power and just sheer mass. I mean, that bull has got chock full of red meat and just product all the way through. Maybe a bull at times with that kind of mass and muscularity and just stoutness all the way through. He is a little coarser in his makeup, a little coarser and rounder out there through his hip there as well. Maybe for as stout and massive as he is in terms of his shape, He's not as stout and maybe as unique there in terms of his foot size and bone and just density in terms of his bone work there. But with that being said, I think there's subtle differences between the pair. I'll be the first to tell you the bull out of the first class maybe gets a shot more uncoordinated when he gets out and is out in motion, and he's kind of in the awkward teenage stage out here. Yep, at the same time, I do like that bull's added presence and look and just quality there from the profile. I think he's an up-headed bull that's more attractive there up front and better and smoother there up over his top line out through his rump. He'll still be our division winner out here, followed the big stout bull to be reserved. Congratulations.
Congratulations to a reserve right there going to Cameron Murray of Lebanon, Oregon, and our junior calf champion going to tag number 238, Flint Clatter, Indian Head, Saskatchewan, as well as Deep Lake Landed Cattle, also of Indian Head. You are right, I announced those exactly backwards. My apologies. My apologies. That'll bring us to class number 23. Class 23 coming at you right here, winner bull calves here on our Red Angus side. Bianchi Ranches of Gilroy, California, bringing a single entry right here, number 208.
Just another single entry here, a December-born bull that's got a tremendous amount of depth and softness and body shape and just curvature to his rib. Real moderate yet in his type and kind. I think he's a good nutted bull that does have some masculinity there about him as well. Maybe like to just power this bull up ever so slightly if we could when we step in behind him, give him just a shot more expansion through his skeletal width all the way through. But a nice single entry. Congratulations.
That'll be your fall calf champion, number 208 from Bianchi Ranches of Gilroy, California, which will bring us down to class number 27. This is tag number 274. Tag 274 from GKB Cattle of Desdemona, Texas, as well as Sankey 6 Inn Ranch, Council Grove, Kansas. April bull right here.
Just a single entry bull here on the Red Angus side, but a bull I think that can sure stand a lot of competition just in terms of his quality from balance and look. I like this bull's just arrogance up front in terms of his head, masculinity on the top side of his neck, and the way his neck sets on the top side of his blade. Love him down his top line and out through his hip and his rump. Stout and powerful to go along with it. Very nice single entry here. Congratulations.
That is tag number 274. Our April spring yearling bull from GKB Cattle to Desdemona, Texas, and Sankey 6 Inn Ranch out of Council Grove, Kansas. That'll bring us to class number 28, another single entry right here from Ella Murray of Lebanon, Oregon, tag number 253. From here, we will select our senior intermediate and reserve senior intermediate champion.
Another single entry here in the Red Angus side. And, man, this is an up-headed, good-headed rascal here that, man, his arrogance is just, he's a proud bull out here that love his masculinity about his head and his neck and still ties it together good out through his hip and very attractive in his hip and rear leg when you ask the cattle to be parked at the stand. Has some curvature to his rib and his body, and we'll break him down here a little closer when we get back into this division. Congratulations.
Congratulations there to Alan Murray of Lebanon, Oregon. A very impressive single entry. We're going to bring back in tag number 274 now for selection of our senior intermediate champion and reserve.
maybe one of the tougher decisions I've had to make here on my trip to Billings between these two, and I think why is they're just so far apart in type and kind. I'll try to tell you what I see today, and then wish the breeders the best, because I think this gap will get tighter, or even could reverse. You know, a year from now, I'd love to see these two individuals. But today, I think the bull, the red-eyed polled bull here that we got to start with, I just think is he neater and so much extension and masculinity about his front 1/3. I love him in terms of the way his shoulder fits into his rib right there. He's clean about his sheath. He's definitely longer and squarer from hooks to pins. I will admit that he's doesn't have nearly as much muscle. He's not nearly as wide constructed as the horn bull that's here in 2, but we really admire that bull from a balance standpoint. I think today he's the safer option because he just fits together a little neater in terms of his balance. There are times that horn bull can give you just a killer look. I think he is so fresh. He is so long and extended. Or I read him to be fresh, and I guess that's one of my reservations is I hope he's fresh and not just a nickel on the harder side in terms of the way he's made from his shoulder into his forerib. He offers so much power and true muscle shape running down his top and out of his hip. He's got plenty of flexibility at his hind leg, even to the point where you'll wonder if he's got too much set, but really he can get out and motor. Again, today, I would just like to see him smoother and transition and neater from shoulder into forerib from that regard, but managed correctly and the right things go right, that bull will be awful competitive a year from now. Just a paraplaner, more just practical kind of a commercial-oriented bulls. They are going to offer rib shape and dimension. They're sound-structured cattle. We throw a halter on them and put them in this environment, probably just not neat enough in terms of their general balance. We'd like to see them just neater about their front 1/3 and more correct in the way they want to go off of their hind leg. But outstanding pair of them up front. Congratulations to those breeders.
Impressive pair right there from Immigrant, Montana. Megan Otis will finish in reserve of the class 523. And Story Hereford Ranch of Bozeman, Montana, 556, going to be your class champion there. We're going to bring in the champs from the previous class to make selection of our champion junior bull calf and reserve champion junior bull calf here on the Hereford side.
I think an interesting pair of bulls, and here we get into our junior yearling division, and I'll be the first to tell you there's maybe not one just gravitates and says need me to win, and so it gets a little challenging for me because I think both these bulls excuse me, have some quality to them and exemplify a tremendous amount of quality. It's just I would definitely like to change them in a few specific areas. But the April-born bull, I think there's no question. He is without question the stoutest and the most pulled apart in terms of his shape and expansion, in terms of his rib and his center rib and body. He's the stoutest out through his hip and out through his pins. Probably where I really like this bull just in terms of his added masculinity and ruggedness. It matches that. He's a good nutted, square nutted bull out here that's good in his testicular development. I do like that about that bull a great deal. Probably the bull I do lean towards when we ask the cattle to be parked and at the stand. I'll be the first to tell you I need to change him the way he's built up there up front. Out of his shoulder, he gets a little too steep and his angle's about his blade. Wants to get outside of himself when we ask the cattle to get out and go. But man, in terms of just his arrogance about his head, he looks like a bull. He looks like a man in terms of his head and his crest, and just matches in terms of his stoutness and power. Probably the more attractive bull from the profile is the bull here in that second class, excuse me, shouldn't say second. I love his head and his neck. I mean, that is one proud sucker out here. I mean, his head is high, he holds it high, and he likes his head and the top side of his neck as good as anything being up there like that. I like just how he's balanced in terms of his smoothness down his top line and out through his hip and his rump. Probably for me, the biggest question for me with this bull is proud and arrogant and masculine he is about his head and the top side of his crest. You step behind him, I just simply wish there was more of him. He needs to be a shot bolder there in terms of his body and his rib. Needs to offer a shot more stoutness out through his quarter. And I just wish that in terms of his scrotal that he would just kind of drop those ever so slightly a little bit more, be a shot more manly there in those areas. But I think a bull that's very good there just in terms of his balance and look. So there's some subtle trade-offs here. I do think the bull out of the second class has an advantage in terms of build and structural integrity. But with that being said, we still need cattle that have stoutness, power, and product. The more I talk through them, the more I think about it. The bull out of Class 1 is going to be our division champion. The bull out of Class 2 is going to be reserve.
Congratulations to our reserve right there, Ella Murray of Lebanon, Oregon, class number 28. 253 is the tag number for reserve senior intermediate champion. And Number 274 is going to be our senior intermediate champion from GKB Cattle of Desdemona, Texas, and Sankey 6 Ranch of Council Grove, Kansas. We will bring in a single entry right here on the red side. Number 269 from Rafter C Reds of Clarkson, Washington. This will be a division. This will be your junior champion. And from there on the red side, we'll make selection of our grand champion open bull.
What an incredible division the breeders have brought before you here in our bull calf division. I think all four of these very deserving in terms of digging in and doing some research of genetic possibilities, and again the data set that would go with those cattle. Find the breeders that you want to deal with, find the cattle that need to complement your set of cows. But with that, I think there's just so much to offer in this set of bulls. I think took it for granted maybe how good this young lady's bull was to come out of that first class, just so extended. I think he combines maybe 2 or 3 of these bulls that are in this lineup. So conservative in his markings and red-eyed and red almost to the ground. Beautiful in terms of his length and extension. I think he just offers so much added balance. But with that, he still looks like a bull. He's masculine. He's shapy in terms of his muscularity. He's so mobile in terms of his structural integrity. An outstanding division. And then we had the bull that was second to him that's so bold in terms of his rib shape and big-topped and big-ended. Again, the bull come out of that second class. I think just so much length and extension, huge in terms of his testicular advancement at this point in time. Again, we get him back out here, maybe a little more apparent that you'd like to pull that one apart, stouten him up right there from his full rib back into his flank and give him a little more base width as he leaves you. With that said, I'm going to keep the 2 class winners to be our division. We're going to use this young lady up here to be our champion, the young lady here out of the second class to be our reserve.
Congratulations to Chesney DeBay of Belgrade, Montana. Tag number 584 is going to be your champion, and reserve will go to reserve goes to Story Hereford Ranch of Bozeman, Montana.
Just a single entry here on the Red Angus side, but a very high quality individual. I like this bull a great deal. I mean, he is so just well balanced, and honestly, you can tell that bull's probably still in his working clothes a little bit. Maybe just pulled him off cows here about 60 days ago and started the feed bucket on him. But man, that bull is just beautiful in terms of his build. I mean, it's hard to build any kind of bulls with this age and maturity to be that comfortable and to set to their knee, to plant true and square there up front, and be long and level and dead level out through their hip. I like this bull a great deal. He's a little raw and dry and a shape to his rib yet, I would agree, but you study him in terms of his actual true genuine shape and width. Bull's very high quality, very good. I like him a great deal. Congratulations.
Nice single entry right there. Your junior champion from Rafter C Reds of Clarkson, Washington. Tag number 269. We're going to welcome in on our Red Angus side all those in contention for selection of Grand Champion Open Bull and Reserve. Welcome to the show ring and good luck. On the Hereford side, we're looking right here at Jack Gillette's bull out of Roy, Montana. Tag number 516.
Jack brought us an automatic champion here and a really nice individual. Again, really up-headed and long and square in terms of his lines. He's fresh. Again, another one maybe I'd want to make more dimensional as you read him back down into his rear ribbon plank, and maybe a little more coordination off of his hind leg. I do want to take this moment, Jack. You did a great job yesterday in your merit progeny deal. You're an incredible, composed young man. I wish you the best of luck in the future.
Very impressive single entry right there. That's going to be your champion senior bull calf as well. Congratulations, Mr. Gillette. We are going to roll on here to our next class of bulls on the Hereford side. We'll welcome in tag number 541 from Larchant & Sons of Casey, Wyoming. Also, Megan Otis of Immigrant, Montana with tag number 524. David Brownell of Pindroy, Montana, tag number 580. And tag 598 from Frank Hereford's of Roscoe, Montana. These are spring yearling bull calves coming in the months of March and April. Class 18, January and February bull calves of 2024. You're on deck.
Over here on the Red Angus side, we get wrapped up here with our bull show. Didn't have the numbers like our female show, but I think still an immense amount of quality here from top to bottom out here within this lineup of bulls. I'm not going to go back through and describe the cattle. I think there's a very nice representation of the breed out here in terms of cattle that have some functionality and doability about them. Yet these bulls are arrogant there in terms of their look, and I like bulls that are just proud and offer that proud look when we ask them to get back out here. So with that being said, I think there's a bull that just simply fits my speed in terms of type and kind and structural integrity. I think he wins in a landslide there just in terms of we want to make cattle sound and good structured. Definitely he tips my hat pretty easily. And then I think it gets a little closer here for reserve, and I think a lot of different routes we can go. So with that being said, I'll get you a champion bull out here. It's been a lot of fun working through your cattle here through the Red Angus show here at the NILE, and judging all these shows the last 3 days. Have truly enjoyed it. Been fun to visit with John again over there for a good while there as well the last few days, and looking forward to the Supreme here tonight. So with that being said, congratulations everybody. We'll get you a champion reserve bull.
Congratulations to our reserve in the bull show right there. Tag number 239.
It's actually 236. It's the first Division 1. Yeah. 236.
K-Bar Ranch of Central Point, Oregon. Back number 236, your reserve champion. Congratulations to our champion. Coming out of that last class there, Rafter Sea Reds of Clarkston, Washington. Also on this Red Angus show, we want to give a few verbal awards, if you will. Our produce of Dam to Sankey. The premier exhibitor goes to Cambry Murray of Lebanon, Oregon, and the premier breeder also Cambry Murray of Lebanon, Oregon. Congratulations.
Lots of different molds and types and kinds, and that might be as much management as anything at this point in time. But the horn bull that we're going to use are the young ladies here broadside to me. Is a combination individual. He's the most attractive and extended from his shoulders forward, so long and level in terms of his lines. Square out of that hip. He's got a beautiful testicular development. He's just a bull that I think needs to win because to me he's the most fault-free. Love the type and kind and just the practicality build of the young lady's bull here in second. I think he's just soft. He's bold in terms of his rib. He's dimensional in terms of his muscularity. Just comes to us with maybe even as much hair coat as anything, just a nickel planer. I'd like to change him just ever so slightly in the way he wants to drive off of his hind leg. But I think a really practical type of a bull that'll make lasting replacement females out of an individual like that. The bull in 3 presented very, very nice, and we love the length and extension and levelness. He's super square from hooks to pins. I just read this bull to be over-conditioned. He's the heaviest in terms of the deepest in his chest, and with all that added condition, we just don't have near enough width and dimension and true muscle. I'd like to see him more toned up, fresher from that regard, and just have him more shapy in terms of his muscle. The bull that's going to conclude the class, I think, just out of balance a little bit. He's just plainer in his general build. He's bulkier, deeper about his front 1/3. He just doesn't have the length of hip and the length of side to go with that. We'd like to see him stouter, deeper, bolder if he's going to be plainer like that up through his front 1/3.
You top 2 out of the class right there. David Brownell of Pindroy, Montana with tag number 580. And our class champion, Megan Otis of Immigrant, Montana with tag number 524. 524. They'll take us to Class 18 junior yearling bull calves coming in the months of January and February. Looks like we've got 4 of them to look at right here. Cash Billman of Rigby, Idaho, tag number 502. Also, Gene Stillhan of Cheyenne, Wyoming with tag number 551. NJW Herefords and Pablo Herrera of Sheridan, Wyoming. Tag number 569, and the Story Hereford Ranch of Los Angeles, Montana, 558.
outstanding class of these junior yearling bulls before us here. I think maybe February's all four of them just really intriguing in terms of what they bring to the table. I think to me the complete individual to have that added balance and presence about him with an upgrade in terms of just power and muscularity. The young man's bull right here, just really again up-headed. I appreciate him from a moderation standpoint. He's bold in terms of the rib shape and design. I love him from his hooks to his pins and off of his hind leg. No doubt a bull that I think can offer just a world of power and good-looking set of offspring. No, the bull in 2 is just overwhelming in terms of his general mass and his substance. He is so soft-sided and so big-bodied and easy-doing looking. The bulls that you can tell these cattle are, I've been out and seen some coverage and some cows here this summer. We love him just in terms of his practical, functional look. He's so loose in terms of his spine down his top line, out of square from hooks to pins, where I kind of maybe want to get it critical, and it's only in a comparison manner to other cattle. He's maybe not quite as long in terms of his rib shape. I'd like to see him just a nickel stouter in terms of his britches relative to our class winner. I'm not calling him not having enough muscle by any mean, but I think a bull that is just so sound. His feet at the ground are just impeccable. The quality of his hoof size and shape as it meets the surface, really high quality individual. And second, again, so long and so extended. The young lady's heifer here, or excuse me, bull in 3, just massive in terms of his top side shape, his muscularity, advancement, his testicular today. And again, I contribute this to be his job here in the last few months, but he's just not as soft from fore-rib back into his rear rib and flank. We'd like to drop him down in that regard. I prefer him definitely in terms of his shoulder than the bull that's going to conclude this class. A very intriguingly marked individual, red-eyed and got red kind of all over there. But that bull's just almost too much in terms of the way he's opened up at the top and point of the shoulder. Probably becomes a Cavanese concern from my standpoint. We'd like to see him I'd like to see him laid in smoother at the top and point of his shoulder relative to his fore-rib. An outstanding set of big bulls. Congratulations to those breeders.
Reserve of the class right there goes to NJW Herefords and Pablo Herrera with tag number 569, Sheridan, Wyoming, and Story Hereford Ranch, Bozeman, Montana. Tag number 558 going to be your class champion, and we will make selection of our champion yearling bull right now. Welcome back into the show ring. All those in contention for selection of champion yearling bull in reserve. Class number 19, single entry right there from Largent & Sons, KC, Wyoming. Your tag 543. We're going to take a look at your bull, and then we will make selection of our grand champion bull. But right now, selection of our champion yearling bull.
We get these bulls back out here in contention for our champion junior yearling, and we got some really high quality ones to look at, and we appreciate, again, there's risk and reward in showing these big bulls. You don't want to devalue these cattle, but again, I want to commend the breeders for bringing them out, displaying them, and taking that risk to see where you stack up and just get these cattle out and get them exposed. With that said, I think there's a definite upgrade in just terms of balance. I'm not saying they got anything else in terms of muscularity or performance or anything else. I think it's just sheer quality, look, and eye appeal, and just a phenotypic standpoint. I like the 2 bulls out of the second class to stay together to be our champion of reserve in that division. Congratulations.
Congratulations to our reserve right there from NJW Herefords and Pablo Herrera. Tag 569, your reserve champion, and our champion, congratulations, go to Story Hereford Ranch of Bozeman, Montana, with their champion bull wearing tag number 558. Take a look right here at a single entry. Coming from Largent and Sons of Casey, Wyoming, tag 543. This will be your champion senior yearling bull, and from here we'll make selection of our grand champion and reserve grand champion bull. So if you are in contention for selection of grand or reserve, please be ready. We'll be bringing you in next.
Our lone senior champion bull coming into us, and we just admire him from his freshness, youthfulness. For a bull of this age and this much mass and density, he can really get out and go and float. And again, I commend them for getting him, I'm assuming, pulled off cows here in the recent past, and getting him back in show shape a little bit here. A really high quality senior champion. Congratulations.
Nice, impressive entry right there. Single entry, 543 from Largent and Sons of Casey, Wyoming. And now for selection of our grand champion and reserve grand champion bull, we're going to welcome back into the show ring all those in contention for selection of grand, and good luck.
Really high quality bull show as we end our day here, and you guys get dismissed to other fun activities. But that bull show started off with a bang, and this bull calf division was where our primary of our numbers were. And I just asked the young lady if this bull was bred and owned, because that bull will be awful fun to campaign for her next summer at the Junior National and her respective state show, because I think he's true contender in this lineup. I think I admire him in his balance. I read him to be fresh and youthful from a management standpoint. His structure is built for the long haul. He's got plenty of look and balance and muscle to go with that. So again, a contender. I think the young lady, and I wish you the best of luck with him in the near future. The intermediate bull, a lone entry there. Again, we talked about how level and long and square he was in the top side, and square out of his hip and off of his hind leg. Probably doesn't have that lower mass and capacity, but that's being awful nitpicky of a really high quality lone entry. We come into an excellent pair of those junior yearling bulls that I think just offer so much in terms of breeding flexibility, mating potentials for you guys as Hereford breeders, and a senior yearling that we appreciate the added freshness and youthfulness and soundness and structure that he has. To me, the pair of bulls that just dominate this particular lineup, these two junior yearlings will be your champion and reserve. Give these breeders a big round of applause. Congratulations again.
Yes, sir. Congratulations. Congratulations to our junior yearling bulls. They're going to be our grand and reserve grand championships. Our reserved is from NJW Herefords and Pablo Herrera, wearing tag number 569 out of Sheridan, Wyoming. And Story Herefords of Bozeman, Montana gets our grand champion Hereford Bull Award. Tag number 558, congratulations. Well, that does conclude our Red Angus and our Hereford show here this morning. We are going to be shutting them down a little bit in the show ring, but we're coming back down in the Expo Center at 5:30 for our Junior Supreme Drive. We'll follow that up with our Open Supreme Drive at 6 o'clock, and then we will make the presentations up here at the opening of the Ranch Rodeo tonight at 6:30. So bear that in mind. We'd sure love to have you join us for all of those activities. And between now and then, enjoy a little bit of the Magic City, enjoy the NILE, and enjoy some good company of your like-minded individuals here today. We'll be looking forward to seeing you at Supreme Row.